Ducky and her ducklings always seeking justice and truth. This ducky won't be silenced by the haters, seeking out the facts while providing the receipts. She is loud with her opinions in this cruel world of villains. This ducky will talk, give her sass, while still keeping her class. So join in the pond with the ducklings from all over the place.
Hey y'all, we are back. Yesterday I had to abruptly end our stream. My daughter ended up being stranded with her car smoking about 45 minutes to an hour away for her 18th birthday. She was all dolled up, looked so pretty. Her friends and everything went to go celebrate her birthday at a nice fancy restaurant. And while she was doing so, her car just kaput. And her, I believe it's her radiator hose, but we got it towed back. I got everybody squared away and everybody home safely. But it was tiring, exhausting, and an expense I was not counting on, for sure. That was not on my bingo card. But in the end, everybody was fine. But I am not going to just leave my daughter and stuff stranded somewhere. It's just not happening. Not from this mama. So yesterday we got through the settlement not settlement conference, but a pretrial hearing, basically a status conference for Laura Owens in her criminal case. We read the motion on the criminal case. We kind of started this bankruptcy thing and looked at some of the other bankruptcy documents. But Tiff is one to really break that type of stuff down. I would like to get together with Tiff and have her explain some of these documents to me because, well, I can get like a basic gist of this is what this says. But we know that just because Jan says something or Laura says something doesn't make it true. So that is where we were at. Now, a bunch of people have covered this, and I am probably the last one covering it. There's been so much coverage of this and people breaking it down and putting it into parts. I'm going to try to play it at a faster speed because everyone has pretty much watched it. And we'll have closed captioning on so that you can also follow along that way. And everybody has a different view and different perspectives that we look at things through. So let's get into it. Let's see where we're actually at and then see if I need to go back some. Don't forget to hit the like button as you're coming in. Comment and replay crew. Interact with the chat if you would like. And subscribe if you haven't already. We are streaming this off of All of the Best. So make sure you go and give them a like and a follow. Give them view time if you so choose. it just helps support creators, and that's a free way to do those things. All right. And let's see here. Let's see where we're left at.
Really in a difficult situation at that point, and suggested that based
me
where to save
living in. Notice that 11 days after this bankruptcy was filed, you paid about $2,900 for life insurance.
Okay, we're going to start here because she did the swearing in. We know Jan's like, she didn't actually raise her hand because she just said, yeah. But we know if she was, it would be like this. Yeah, sure, I'm going to tell the truth. And it's all under penalty of perjury, but we don't actually take that seriously, even though our daughter could be going to jail because of it. We're old, so really, are you going to send us to jail? Grandmas go to jail too.
Is that correct?
correct.
All right. Can you explain to me why you would do that after the case was filed, that you would pay? I mean, would you agree that that's not a necessary expense for your sustenance and living?
Well, it is in the sense that if that's not paid and that lapses, that would be a huge issue for our living.
Well, it's not, you're not getting, it's life insurance. So nobody would get a payout until somebody dies, right?
Well, correct with this particular policy, yes.
Okay. So I help me understand then how paying.
Okay. I know that I think it was Tiff, maybe some others that were wondering if this was the type of life insurance where you could take from it before somebody dies. Jan says with this particular one, yes, nobody can touch it until someone dies, or at least Ron dies. Because I don't know if she has one on herself, but they for sure are keeping Ron's alive. And she sees it as a necessity, which, okay. And she'll talk about here in a minute, you know, it would be irresponsible for me for something that was done 30 years to just let that go. Well, you know what else is something that you pay on for 30 years is a mortgage. And what are y'all going to live in if you lose your house? Oh, we have life insurance. Are you going to live in a van down by the river? Because the person that is living that right now needs a place to stay.
Life insurance is a necessity while you're in a Chapter 11 bankruptcy.
Well, because I view it as something that is a necessity. Yeah.
Okay, you're saying that, but you're not getting any money currently from that life insurance policy, right? That's money that would only come to you in the event that either you or Mr. Owens passed away.
Correct, but it's been a policy for 30 years, for probably more than 30 years. So to allow it to lapse would seem to be not a very responsible decision.
Okay, but you think that it was more important to pay life insurance instead of your mortgage on your home you're living in?
Well, the issue with regard to the mortgage, as I say, we have been trying to deal with the mortgage company for quite a while. We have had different violations, and the $2,900 that we paid to...
Ma'am, you're a walking violation. You violate everybody. And what you think is a violation and how you interpret things is not the way things are actually interpreted. And while you're living, you need a roof over your head. You just can't live the high life that you want to live after Ron dies. if you don't have this life insurance policy. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't have a life insurance policy. You should. But for like somebody like me who I don't have the funds to get life insurance, that is not something that I can afford. Would I like it so that I can take care of people after I'm gone? Yes. But it's a luxury to have that, not a necessity. Their version of wants and needs are unrelatable.
The life insurance would not have done anything with regard to saving the home. It just wouldn't have been enough money to save the home.
No, but it's something that you could have made that kind of payment to show some kind of good faith effort to try to pay your mortgage, but you opted instead to pay life insurance, right?
No, I disagree with that from the standpoint that if you had seen the statements that we were getting from the mortgage company, we were getting statements indicating that the only thing that would save the house would be to make a full payment of the arrears, or alternatively, a full monthly payment of the amount that was due. There was absolutely no indication that $2,900 would have gone anywhere to save the home. And as I say, at that point also, the home was scheduled for a foreclosure auction anyhow for, I believe it was July the 28th. So it didn't seem like a $2,900 payment would have, done anything at all to save the house at that point. And we also, again,
we would like to save our house without actually paying for it. Like, we just want to live here for free because, like, do you know who my husband is? He is a radio Hall of Famer. And I am a Peabody Award winner. So we are supposed to just get things in life. Like, we are not supposed to have to pay our mortgage like plebs do. Like, we're doing everything we can to save our house, but actually paying for it, which is how you keep a house. But that's not what we do.
Been dealing with the mortgage company. We had just sent them a letter about a notice of error and issues that we were bringing up to them. So it was the mortgage issues were in dispute at that point.
All right. Well, do you know whether the foreclosure is going to proceed? I believe it's at the end of July.
We were notified after we brought up our concerns with regard to the violations that we believe have happened in terms of the mortgage. We were notified that they have pushed out the foreclosure auction to September the 29th. And our hope is that we will be able to reach some sort of a resolution before then.
Okay. All right. I'm going to turn now. I want to talk to you about the GoFundMe account or whatever you call it, I guess, GoFundMe account that you set up. Or, well, let me ask you, are you the person that set up that GoFundMe page for Mr. Owens?
The GoFundMe was the idea of friends of ours who knew that we were really in a difficult situation at that point and suggested that based on the goodwill and the tremendous support and following that my husband has had over the years, that it would be a good thing to reach out to.
And for most people, it would. And if you would have stated what you were actually doing with the money, instead of lying to people and playing a sympathy card, nobody would have a problem with it. If you disclosed it properly in bankruptcy, nobody would be having a problem with it. But you're lying and manipulating people, which is something Jan and Laura tend to do with everyone. I'm sure Ron's in there too, but Jan and Laura seem to be the mouthpieces. So That's where the problem is. A friend can say, hey, if you do need help for something, like I know people that set up GoFundMe's and, people would probably donate um to y'all. And so in the end, it wasn't a bad idea necessarily. It's the way they went about it and executed it. But did the friend that told them, hey, you should create this GoFundMe, understand that it wasn't actually to help them with Ronn's medical issues, that it was their daughter and all her legal battles that put them in part of their financial struggles currently? Because they were having money problems long before Laura met Greg, Clayton, or Michael Maricini. So, and they were able to manage. It wasn't until all of Laura's shenanigans caught up with her that everything came crashing down. And their daughter did, well, she did too many schemes, period, but she did one too many schemes. Had she stopped at Greg, they would have been fine. They would have still been vile, disgusting people, but everything would have been fine in their world. So it's fine if a friend is like, hey, you should start GoFundMe. Maybe that friend doesn't know the truth. They just listen to whatever Jan and them tell them. Because what she calls as a smear campaign is actually just talking about stuff that happens. A video. This isn't smearing her. This is a video of her doing most of the talking. You're smearing yourself. Nobody's putting a spin or twist or lying about anything in regards to you.
To people who might want to help.
Okay. And so who's the person that authored the request for the donations on GoFundMe? Who wrote that?
That was initially authored by someone who was a friend who at the last minute decided, once they were really aware of what was going on with the smear campaign against us, did not want their name attached to it.
Well,
so I have administered the funds. The funds were going into my husband's account, and I administered them going to pay the bills after that.
Okay, so, but I need to know the name of the person who authored the GoFundMe donation request.
Well, I'm the one who posted it.
Well, I asked who authored it. Who's the person that chose these words? Who wrote it?
It was the work of friends of ours who had said.
Well, you said it was one friend that doesn't want to be involved, and I'm sorry, but I need to know his name. What's his name?
Well, then it was. Then go ahead and say it was me because I posted it.
No, I'm not. Miss Owens, you already testified.
I'm saying it was people who were friends of ours had said this is what you should do.
I understand.
And then, as I say, at the okay, well,
but, no, you said that you indicated that there was one individual who wrote out this request for the donations, and that after drafting it, that person did not want to be associated any longer with the GoFundMe due to what you call a smear campaign. I need to know the name of that. Yeah. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. I need to know the name of the individual who wrote this donation request. I know you're trying to resist it. I know that person doesn't want to be involved, but they are involved. So you need to give me the name of the individual, please.
Well, I finalized it. I'm the one that finalized it. This was informal. These were informal conversations about what should be said, and I finalized it. And it was informal conversations with more than one friend who suggested it. So I finalized finalized that I posted it.
Okay. So you're not going to give me the name of that individual. Is that correct?
Well, because it was.
I don't want to know why. I'm asking, are you going to give me the individual's name? Yes or no, that you said that originally authored this?
I'm saying put it on me. I'm saying I'm the one that posted it. I finalized it.
But that's not.
I posted it.
But that's not what you said. You originally said somebody else drafted it. And my question to you is, are you going to give me the name of the person that you testified a few moments ago initially drafted this donation request? Are you going to give me that name? Yes or no?
I said that there were informal conversations. I finalized it, that there were informal conversations. And at the last minute, it was like, no, I don't want to be a part of this. I can't put my family out to be targeted by these people.
So who was that person that said that to you?
I finalized it.
No, who was that person? Who was that person? Hold on, let me finish. Who was the individual that said to you, I don't want to be a part of this? Who was that?
I don't want to give their name because, as I say, these were informal conversations. I was the one who finalized it. I'm taking full responsibility. These were informal conversations with people who said, these are the things that we ought to say, and this is what will touch people. But I finalized it. I posted it, and I have administered the funds.
Right. But the reason that I'm asking for this, Ms. Owens, is because it's important to understand what the intent was when this was drafted. And you initially said that a family friend drafted this, but it's apparent to me that you are not going to give me the name of that person. So I'm going to move on. But you are now saying that you're going to take full responsibility for the drafting and posting of this GoFundMe post and request for donations, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let me ask you then, you tell me, what was the specific purpose of, and I need specifics, don't give me generalities. I want to know the specific purpose. What specific money were you looking to raise for what specific purpose from the GoFundMe?
To get caught up on our mortgage at that point and to pay down credit card bills and to cover our expenses. We were at a point where I think we had just very, very little in the bank account, very little. It was a bad situation. Okay,
so the posting mentions profound challenges arising from medical struggles suffered by Mr. Owens, correct?
I don't have the post here. I don't have it, so I'm relying on you to quote it.
Well, no. You just said you were going to take full responsibility for what was said in there and posting it. It's.
How do you go to a meeting? Because, okay, let's say this was Jan's reporter business. Would she not go to a meeting and have her notes of the topic she was going to be discussing with somebody over the telephone? She knows she should have had her documents. She's playing dumb. She's not that dumb. She wants to use it as an excuse that she doesn't have any of this shit. There are ways to get it. You have multiple electronics. We know you have a regular computer. Apparently you have a laptop. You have a phone that you're on right now, but does Ronn have a phone? Because you could pull him up there. Oh, we're old. We can't really see things on a phone. But there are ways. And I don't know where they were. I don't think Laura has permission to be anywhere right now. So they're not traveling with Laura anywhere. So they should be inside their home. Why can't you get up and go to the fucking computer, get a laptop or get a tablet, something, and pull this up and make it easier? But for some reason, maybe she thought I can just play dumb and that would just be the end of this. And then she learns that it's not going to be the end of it. You can try to act dumb and nonchalant and act like you don't know what people are talking about and you're not well versed, you're not a professional. It's not going to work at the end of the day. So keep playing dumb. It's not going to get you anywhere good.
Still up on the GoFundMe. You're aware of that, right?
Right.
Okay. So on your computer right now, are you able to pull it up while you're talking to me?
I don't have my computer with me right now.
All
No,
right.
I'm not in a situation where I have a computer.
Okay, so as the person who authored and is 100% responsible for the posting of this donation request, do you recall that the post referenced Mr. Owens' extreme medical troubles?
Yes.
Okay, so do you agree that the suggestion from this post was that you needed money to cover medical bills?
No, that was not. It was simply saying that he had had extreme medical struggles and that there were financial struggles as well. They were not tied together. It was simply saying that
There she goes. The medical struggles and the financial struggles are not tied together. They are not one and the same. Their financial struggles are not because of Ronn's health concerns, which with his insurance, it shouldn't be. To me, the part that was covered for Ronn's medical expense is what is pulled out at the beginning of the year, basically, or paid at the beginning of the year automatically. Anybody that is on like SSI, disability, or whatever, you know that, you get your money, once a month and whatnot. But once a year, they take out that initial like copay fee or whatever. And it was 200 something when I was on disability several years ago. And so now I imagine it's closer to 300, which is what they kind of paid. That's what that sounds like they paid. And that Ron meets his deductible very early, which means he will have no copays for the rest of the year, which I have met my deductible when I was on disability. I would meet that in January usually. And then from whatever time in January on for the rest of the year, I wouldn't have copays. And then January would start up again, and I might have a few copays until I hit that deductible again, which the copays are not very much. The prescriptions are about $0 or maybe a few dollars, not even $5 for most prescriptions. Now he may be on some other ones that are maybe high dollared, whatever. Equipment, usually a lot of that is covered. To me, there is nothing that he has that is not covered by his insurance. So when they go on and on and on about his medical problems and that sounding like the reason for the GoFundMe, that they have gone through all these medical struggles. And okay, that's why he's not allowed to work. But okay, he still brings in income. They still bring in quite a bit of income. So that's not the reason for your downfall, is that he can't work. You're not having to pay any of this medical stuff really, except for maybe not even $500 a year for his medical expenses. So that's not the downfall of why y'all are in financial struggles. I mean, could he be online gambling? Maybe. I don't know if he's doing that or not. He may just be too tired and want to take a nap all the time. Y'all going out to eat, living outside your means, and the fact that y'all have credit card debt because you're spending money on things you shouldn't be spending money on, and your daughter's criminal case. Your daughter could go to get a job, but she won't because she's an entrepreneur. Yeah. So the only thing that really, really changed that puts y'all in this huge financial struggle is your daughter's legal troubles. That's the biggest change in y'all's life. But y'all make it sound like the reason you are in dire need and y'all are struggling so bad is because of all of Ronn's health issues. And that is just not true. And when you put it on your GoFundMe, it's disingenuous.
There were medical, that he'd had all of these medical issues, and on top of that was dealing with financial issues as well.
Okay, because
I don't think there's nothing in there that specifically says it was for medical bills.
Well, it doesn't say that, but it does say, and I will quote you, today, Ronn is facing profound challenges. After living with Parkinson's disease for 23 years, his health battles have intensified. He has courageously faced not only Parkinson's, but also 4 bouts with cancer, most recently colon cancer, and serious heart issues. Now, this is the very important part here, Miss Naylor. These medical struggles have taken a toll, both physically and financially, on the man who has been a pillar of strength for so many. So you see how I tie the medical struggles to the financial? Because you say it right there. These medical struggles have taken a toll both physically and financially. So what did you mean by that when you put that in the donation request?
Well, we have had, he hasn't been able to work, so he hasn't been able to do, financially support the family. So, yeah.
Right. He's just a deadbeat dad and a husband. He can't support us financially, although he has a pension and Social Security coming in. Like, he's such a deadbeat. No, he is still supporting the family, even while not working, because he's breathing. And apparently, even when he's not breathing, he's still going to be supporting the family. You just don't like that you're not living high on life. You can't adjust because you're addicted to the high of thinking you're somebody important when you're just an average person. You're nobody special. So you have to learn to live within your means. And I'm sorry that y'all haven't learned the skills to just be a normal, productive member of society. What the hell did you do in home ec class, Jan? You didn't learn a damn thing. Because I know they had home ec when you went to school. We still had it when I went to school. So when Laura went to school, I think that was around the time that they started taking that stuff out. But all you do is spend money. Like, you don't do anything productive. And then you support dreams, which, okay, support your kids' dreams. You also need to be real with them. You can't just be telling them that they can be the princess of the United States when we don't have princesses here. Can your child be anything, strive for anything if they apply themselves? Yes. But you can't just say, oh, I want to do this, and then it's just going to happen. You choose absurd things. You want to do get rich quick schemes, and they don't work. And y'all blow through all the money.
There is that.
Okay, so you're saying that as a result of these medical struggles, it took a toll on Mr. Owens financially to the point where you're saying he couldn't support the family.
Well, yes. I mean, that's part of it, but it's
okay. But at the time that this was posted, Mr. Owens and you were collecting at least $14,000 a month in pension income, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let me ask you: were there any specific medical bills that you intended to be able to pay using GoFundMe funds?
Not that I recall, but again, the way that it was phrased, the way that I recall it being phrased, it was not indicating that this was to pay for medical bills. It was that we had financial struggles as well.
So what you mentioned earlier is that you wanted.
And again, but this was also months before, this was 8 months before we filed for Chapter 13. This was to help us to try to avoid having to file for bankruptcy because we were in that kind of a difficult situation.
Okay, well, let me just back up. You mentioned that the GoFundMe funds you intended to use to pay your mortgage and pay credit card bills and get out of debt. That's what you just said a few moments ago, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so basically,
had you used all this money on your mortgage, you wouldn't necessarily be in the position that you were in right now. Had you used it for that? Because the only reason you're applying for bankruptcy is to save your house. You don't give a fuck about any other creditors being paid back. So, and the thing is when you go into bankruptcy, if you Google bankruptcy even, just being a normal person who is not a professional in this stuff, you know that they go back and they look at past years. How did we get here? What have we spent? Is there something we can try to get back to make all this right? They have to look at your financial thing and where you were at before we got to where you are when you filed this. And they look back several, at least 2 to 3 years. So it doesn't matter if it's 8 months, a year, or 2 years. They're going to look back. And it was surrounding the time period financially that you filed this. So you're just an idiot if you don't think that you getting a large sum of money from people is going to be brought into question. Because not only did you have your normal income, you had a large sum of money that also came in. So even with that and your normal money, you still ended up here. But you weren't honest about those things. That's why it's important. Things from 2 years back can be important.
what you're really telling me is that you were using the GoFundMe to clear yourself of debt. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we said financial struggles.
But you were using
in the Go.
But so what you're saying,
financial stuff,
right? Right, but I'm asking, really, what you were doing was using GoFundMe to clear yourself of debt. You just said that.
Being in debt, which most of America is, and having financial struggles like you can't even afford care, the type of care, or your house needs to be redone to add a ramp or do certain modifications, things like that. There are things that you need to do that your day-to-day life money can't cover. Y'all's amount of money, you should be easily able to pay housing, electricity, internet, cable or satellite if you want, your trash, your water, your food, and you should still have plenty of play money. You are not in financial struggle. It isn't like Ron isn't going to be able to afford his medication. It isn't like y'all are going to miss a meal. Y'all are liars and manipulators.
Right?
We were using it to try to avoid foreclosure, to try to get caught up on our mortgage, to try to pay bills for financial struggles. Yes, that's what GoFundMe is for.
Well, typically, isn't it used to help people pay ongoing bills that they need to be able to pay, to pay rent and to pay for groceries? Hold on. Somebody is on the line. Is there somebody with you in the room, Ms. Naylor, behind you that is talking?
Absolutely not. Just
Okay.
me.
It's just you, the two of you? Okay. I need everybody to mute their phones. So everybody listen, you need to mute your phones. Somebody has their phone unmuted.
I mean, in the end, it's unlikely. I mean, other than your one weird case, I don't ever remember if a late file appointed. Anyway. Okay.
Okay. Hold on one second.
I don't think but we couldn't. But that's how rare it is. We think how young we were when we had sex. Just a general.
I don't know who that is. That sounds like, I mean, it could be somebody on the line having a conversation with somebody they're listening with. Of course, mute yourself when you go into these things. But some of the noises and interruptions were coming from Jan and Ron and Laura, possibly. And then they want to play them off, because if they can pretend it's nothing from their house, because they're on a telephone, not a Zoom. So Miss Giamo can't actually see if there's anybody in the background on this phone conversation like they would be able to if they were on a Zoom hearing. So she just has to go based on what she hears. So mute yourself. You know now, and you know from many people that have covered this case, if you're on any of the platforms, don't cause court interruptions. Now, saying that, because if it was an accident, you thought you muted, whatever, you should just know to double check, do it before you even dial in. You can mute yourself once you call the number. Mute it automatically and type in your numbers and all that stuff. You can mute all of that while you're doing all that stuff. But there was some discussion today in Bacon's stream with Big Tiff Dog, where people are hating on this Helen person. Now, I may comment about things like, make sure you're muted, don't go real world, don't message the court yourself, don't, things like that. But just because somebody did something doesn't mean, just because I disagree with that one thing you did or one thing you said, or I didn't like how you reacted to something, or I don't agree with you with everything you did, that doesn't mean that I am going to hate you or dislike you, or I'm going to cut you off. We can have opinions. And I don't think that just altogether hating on a person because they did something. And I don't even know if they had control, because it seemed like there was just an open chat, which the court should shut that off. These people, even the courts with their oh, people need to mute themselves. The court has the opportunity. They have on their end a way to mute everybody and unmute the people that are going to be talking, or those people just unmute themselves. But the court can go in and mute everybody. And if somebody sees that somebody unmuted themselves and they're not a party of it, you can kick them out, kick the one person out. instead of closing it off to everybody else. I know that's a lot to deal with. Hello, Miss Jupiter Jane. But it doesn't mean you need to just hate a person because they did one thing that you disliked. And I don't know if this person is a person that does something all the time. I know that there's one incident that's attached to a person's name. Does that mean that person is a bad person, has cruel intentions? No, it just means there was something that was done. She was caught in the middle of it and all that. And you know what? If somebody wants to talk to that person, they're allowed to talk to that person. If they want to interview somebody, they can interview that person. If you don't like it, guess what? Don't watch it. Don't listen to them. Or hate them. Don't hate the creator just because of that. Because as somebody made a valid point in another chat, just because like ABC or like 2020, 60 Minutes, all that, like have conversations with like BTK, the serial killer, or criminals. Like just because East Idaho News and Keith Morrison sat down and had interviews with like Lori Vallow doesn't mean they support what a person did. They're willing to let's hear you out. You want your side to be heard? Let's hear it. And you don't have to watch that episode if you don't want to. You can go back and watch another episode later. There are also enough creators to go around and watch who you want to watch. But to just completely just turn and hate on somebody for one thing when you seem to enjoy somebody for everything else, it is childish. We're grown adults. And we should act according. So that is my spin on that. I hate, I do enjoy a petty, but like stupid little drama. One, it's emotionally exhausting. And I don't have the time or energy to be involved in that. And neither do the people that kind of get put in some of it. So it's just ridiculous that grown people are acting like teenagers. If something is that bad for you, maybe you need to step away. Because yeah, this case is not the end of the world. I know that most of my coverage and most people come to watch the Owens stuff. Would I like for them to stay for the other stuff? Yes. Because I think that cases that I cover are important. Things that I talk about, they're important to me. They're actually important to a lot of other people. And one day this will end. Maybe not anytime soon. But one day it will just be memory and a case that we covered and a case that maybe brought everybody to certain creators. Kind of like the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial brought a lot of people to different like LawTube type people. That was a case that started it. But that case ends. The Karen Reed case is another one. That case will eventually end too. Not anytime soon, but it will. And hopefully we've made a great community and some amazing friends throughout the process. And we can all continue the journey for justice and truth and make a difference in even more cases. Because y'all are so amazing at what many people have done, especially the ones that work behind the scenes and do, to me, all the heavy lifting. If we can all come together with that same fierce fight for justice, not taking things personally, you know, not putting ourselves into the story necessarily. Imagine what we can do in cases that all of us cover if we all enjoy them. You can do your research, you can create your timelines. We can cover this and get real justice. So I think focusing our energy on the positive is something that we need to remember. That this case is not about any of us. And yes, it is about Mike and Greg and Clayton and Laura, and it's become about her family too because they join into the shenanigans. But it's also about raising awareness so that if somebody tries to do this, not just Laura Owens if she tries it again, but if anybody like a Taylor Parker or a Laura Owens or the girl that went after Trevor Bauer and Amber Heard's try to do this stuff, that places will not tolerate it and it will be punished and justice will be received because they are so ready to get justice for the girls when they're crying victim. But when it's about punishing people that make up false stories, it's like, well, I mean, but you were ready to go after the person because they supposedly did this stuff. But since it was actually just made up, oh, let's just get the one that made up the false accusations. Just let them walk away. No. That is to me what part of this fight is about. Is that we have less women that will do this in this type of case. There are other cases that don't have to pertain to with this topic that we will have less false narratives and women or girls thinking that they can come out, lie, and get away with it because they were rejected. Their feelings were hurt. They wanted to get ahead and get money. That's the fight for justice. Not petty community bullshit. Block people you don't like. It's not an airport. You don't have to announce your departure. You can just go silently unfollow. You can also just not interact with a person. You can have your opinion. But you can also do things in respectful ways. And I don't know who the person was that started this stuff. But I think we all need to act like the grown-ups we are and focus on the positive in what this community and fight for justice in all the different cases that all of these content creators focus on. So, thank you for coming to my TED Talk because I I cannot think of one that is in the main JFC, as you want to call it, sphere that basically covers Laura Owens. When I say JFC, I mean anybody that covers Laura Owens, like the main people, not somebody that just pops up and does one video because it's a hot topic, but somebody that has covered the case fully and in depth. I believe it was South Florida that created the little picture. Basically, the people in that picture, there's not one of those people that is in that picture. Let me show you the picture because it is cute. Let me see if I can find it better through notifications. And I'm going to get this picture printed. I don't know if I'm going to make it a postcard or what, but I don't know if you're going to be able to see it this way. I guess we'll share it this way. So this photo right here, there is not one person that is represented in this picture that I wouldn't go to bat for. Does it mean that we agree with or we would do the same thing as all these people? No. We could have difference of opinions. We can disagree. We can conduct ourselves in different manners. We all have different, thoughts and opinions, life experiences. But at the end of the day, I would stick up for all these people. And at the end of the day, if I thought any of them were acting a certain way, I could still be like, hey, didn't like that thing about you, or when you did this, but I can still be cool with you. I can be like, oh, you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, or, I don't agree with this. Or you can even be jealous. Like Lauren and Bacon are, and I would even go to say Llama, even so, are very like outgoing personalities. They can like let loose, have fun, things like that. Megan and Tug are that way. And then there are other people that are shyer and quieter and more reserved. And that's okay too. I wish I was more let loose and just be able to not worry about what the world thinks. I do. But I also can stick up for myself, and I can stick up for people that I like, and stick up for what's right and be a bitch if I need to. Because I know at the end of the day that it goes to the person I am. But you probably won't catch me karaokeing, and you won't catch me dancing or anything crazy like that. I am more reserved. Some people are more quiet than others. Some people want to be faceless. But those people are just as important too. So, right, Brad and Omar can disagree on a lot of things. It doesn't mean that you need to hate each other. Okay, you have one thing or certain things that you don't agree on. That doesn't mean that you're you're a shitty person because you don't believe in the exact same things I believe in. You're not supposed to be an echo chamber. You can't learn new things if you only view things that agree with you. You can't learn and grow if you don't have discourse in life. But we're going to go back to the hearing. But I just wanted to say that because we know how to act. Yeah, I forgot Jennifer left.
Okay, I think I took care of the problem. Okay, so but the bottom line is that you were saying that you wanted to pay past debt, including credit card debt, right?
Well, yeah, because if the credit cards weren't paid, we wouldn't have, the opportunity to continue to pay for food and basic expenses.
Well, like for example, one of the credit cards that you deemed it necessary to generate funds from a donation through GoFundMe was Macy's. You thought it was essential to get donations to pay your Macy's bill?
We also...
I'm asking, no. Hold on. You have to answer my questions, Ms. Naylor. I am asking you, did you think it was necessary to ask for donations through GoFundMe to pay a Macy's credit card bill?
We didn't ask for donations to GoFundMe to pay a Macy's bill. No, we did not.
However, that's what you used. Hold on. However, you admit that you used GoFundMe funds to partially pay a Macy's credit card bill.
No.
No?
We had pension and Social Security money. We had pension and Social Security money that also came in that month that would have been used to pay a Macy's bill of whatever it would have been. I have no idea what it would have been, but not a sizable amount. We did have pension and Social Security money that would have paid for that, and we did not ask for GoFundMe money to pay.
It really is wild that they made over $500,000 in 18 months. And they're still struggling. Like, what the hell? Like, I wouldn't be set for life, but I would be set for a good long time. And no, the Macy's wasn't used for... The GoFundMe wasn't used to pay Macy's. But when I made a list that said things GoFundMe covered or things that GoFundMe paid for, and I put the Macy's card under there, what else is Jennifer supposed to think? You don't... What are you talking about? That makes no sense. Even as like a journalist, okay? If you're like 10 facts. Okay, 10 facts about Texas, okay? And you were like, Branson, Missouri is a podunk version of Vegas. That is not a fact about Texas, but you put it on the list as a fact about Texas. What were people supposed to think this list was about? They thought it was going to be facts about Texas. It has HEBs. It has a Whataburger. It has the Alamo. It used to be its own republic. But having a fact in there about another state is not a fact about, you said this was this on your list to Santa Claus as a child. You don't put things that you don't want for Christmas on there. Your list is supposed to contain the things that you said the list was for. Your grocery list. You don't make a dentist appointment on a grocery list because you can't buy a dentist appointment at the grocery store. It makes no sense. What was the point of creating the document? Lies and lies and lies. And as people have pointed out, they don't think about future when they speak. They don't think before they speak, really, even though they try to act like they do. It's not them thinking. It's their brain buffering and being like, oh, shit, say something. But they just say what will get them out of the moment they're in to move on to the next thing. They don't care if it contradicts anything else. This is the statement that I'm going to say here and now. 5 minutes from now, this may not be the thing that I'm going to say here and now. So it's going to be different, but I'm still going to just say this because it's something to say. And apparently it's better than nothing. It's like, oh, what is their thought process? There is no thought process. That's the problem.
A Macy's bill, no.
Okay, well, do you recall last week providing me with a document entitled Accounting of GoFundMe Funds?
Yes,
And who drafted that?
I did.
Okay. So, and that was just last week that you gave that to me, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So on item number 3, I don't know if you have a copy of it in front of you, but item number 3, and you can look at this after we're done, but item number 3 says itemized list of, quote, necessities payments for the calendar year 2025. Do you recall having listed that in your accounting of the GoFundMe funds?
Yes.
And one of the credit cards that you list here as being a necessity, you made 10 payments to Macy's. It's on your GoFundMe accounting. Are you denying now that you used GoFundMe funds to pay a Macy's bill when that's what you said in the accounting you gave me last week?
I was being transparent in terms of showing you what monies had gone out of our main checking account and what they had gone to pay for. If I hadn't included that we had paid Macy's bills, that would have been incorrect. But did we ask for GoFundMe money for Macy's? No. Did we have Social Security and pension income that had covered that? Yes.
Well,
so I was trying to be very transparent in terms of showing exactly everything that had been paid out of our account and, everything that had gone in.
Well, that's actually incorrect because I have your.
Right. That's false. Because if that were true, your list of things that were going out would have been more detailed. It's so ridiculous. I was trying to be transparent. You don't know what transparency is. people that are being transparent don't couch their answers, because people that report the truth and are transparent with things are going to hear it. You want to be transparent? Be transparent. And who gives a fuck about who is listening? You don't need to lie and cover up things if you're being transparent. If things are actually what you say they are, there is no reason for all this nonsense.
Bank statements, and there was a lot more money going out than the payments that you list on the GoFundMe accounting. You picked specific payments in your accounting of the GoFundMe funds that added up to $144,000. So you did not itemize all the payments that went out of all of your accounts, correct?
No, I thought, I mean, you had said that it would be difficult for you to try to look at all of those. I had tried to give you absolutely everything and be as transparent as possible.
I understand that's what you were trying.
You would have just been making a bank statement. What they needed was the who, what, when, where, how, like the judge said specifically, of the GoFundMe. Where it went, what account did it go to? Then, when it got to that account, where did those funds go? What dates did you withdraw the money from your GoFundMe to put into your bank account? That's the who, what, when, where, how. And then you make up this thing of $144,000, which isn't even the amount your GoFundMe is, to act like this is the transparency of our GoFundMe. And then you're even saying, well, Macy's wasn't a GoFundMe thing. That was what this was supposed to be, is your special takeout and organization was supposed to be of the GoFundMe if you could do it. Your bank accounts tell people when things went in and out. They can see every transaction. They can see the date that you put GoFundMe in that account. They can see the date that you moved that odd sum of money that's exactly that same to a different account, or that you withdraw a certain amount of money out in cash or a cashier's check. That's all on your bank statement. But you were just supposed to give the exact things that your GoFundMe was spent on. If it was $200 and some odd for medical, okay, out of 137 minus 200 and whatever, what that was this GoFundMe. And then you go down until your $137,000 is at zero. These are the dates we withdrew from GoFundMe. This is the account that it was in. And if you moved it to another account, these are the dates that we moved it into this account. And on these days, this is the day that we paid the $200 something of Ronn's medical. That's what that was supposed to be. Not just a whatever the fuck you want to put on a piece of paper accounting.
Trying to do, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate that you gave me a document titled Accounting of GoFundMe Funds, and included in the list of necessities are 10 payments to Macy's that you included as an account on the accounting of the GoFundMe funds. Are you denying now that you used GoFundMe funds to pay Macy's bills?
I am telling you that it was an attempt to be transparent as to what had gone out from our main checking account over.
People that are being transparent also don't just remove cash completely out of their bank accounts and make their bank accounts at zero. and just have random cashier's checks in their home of their funds. They don't move their money around to 8 bank accounts, because what the fuck do you need 8 bank accounts for? It's just, that is not transparency. That is you playing hide the ball and avoid having to pay things so we can pretend we're rich.
$10 or however long it was. Again, we did have pension and Social Security money coming in that certainly would have covered the GoFundMe.
But that was not, but you didn't itemize all disbursements from your account in this accounting, did you?
I believe we did. We gave you everything.
No.
We gave you the statements for.
I'm talking about the document that you gave me called Accounting of GoFundMe Funds. You gave me that document last week, correct?
Correct.
And you start off by saying GoFundMe made 151 payouts totaling about 132,000. Use of funds, summary use of funds. And you list a summary how payments were $66,000 was paid to the first and second mortgage. $47,000 were paid to credit cards and consumer loans. And then you itemize how that $47,000 was calculated. And included in that are Macy's payments. So according to your accounting, the Macy's was part of the way that you used the GoFundMe funds.
Well, again, then you would have to separate that from the pension and Social Security money that we had coming in.
Well, we did separate it. In fact, according to your own accounting, this is, you use this accounting to show hello?
We're here.
Who's that? Is that Mr. Owens?
Yeah, I'm saying we're here.
Okay, do you have something you want to add?
No.
Do you have something you want to say, Mr. Owens?
No, nothing.
Okay, I heard somebody speak.
There was somebody else that wasn't us speaking on the line just a minute ago. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let me just tell you, though, when you gave me this.
You're a liar, Jan, because Ron owned up to it. But yeah, throw everybody else under the bus because nothing is ever y'all's fault, right? Ugh. You're a wench.
Accounting of GoFundMe funds. I do want to know, according to your own accounting, only $243,000 of the over $132,000 of GoFundMe funds was used to pay medical copays, according to your accounting, correct?
Wait, you said 243,000?
No, 200. I'm looking at your accounting, and I think you need to look at your accounting with me so that we're on the same page here. And if you can't do that, then I'm going to have you come in for a full deposition, and I'll use these as exhibits and have them in front of you. I'm giving you the opportunity now to avoid that. If you could pull up your own accounting that you sent me.
I'm going to have to go get my computer and sign in and everything. All
right, then we will do that.
Okay, why don't you just explain to me again? This was all stuff that was before this was 8 months before we even filed for Chapter 13. So I'm a little unclear as to why, except for the.
Ma'am, you're not the one here asking questions. You were told to do something under a judge's order. It doesn't matter what you think or why something is the way it is. You were told you needed to have it, that it was important, and they don't look just at the day or the month or the year that you're dealing with. They have to have a fuller picture. Because if it just you are enraging. I do get it. Well, you were told that it Doesn't matter if you get it or not. You're not the one here doing this meeting.
Smear campaign that was been hounding on this. I'm unclear as to why after 11.
All right, somebody needs to mute their phone, and please repeat. It's very annoying for the people that are on here. If you want to be a part of this, you need to mute your phone. Say that again, Miss Owens, because I didn't hear you.
No, I was saying I just am unclear as to what this, I mean, this was 8 months before we filed for Chapter 13. This was an attempt to avoid having to file for bankruptcy. And I'm just unclear as to what it has to do with the Chapter 11.
Well, one, you are actually still receiving funds. No matter how minimal they are, you are still making money off of that GoFundMe to this day while you're in this Chapter 11. So there is one of the relevance to it. Even though you don't deem it as worth something, $50 a month or just $50 extra here and there, that can be like $100 to $1,000 to a person that is broke. But you're like, it doesn't even have 2 zeros on it. So it's not like worth anything. We deal with things that have many, many zeros. And $50 a month is like $0 to us. You ungrateful bitch.
I'm just asking, excepting for the fact that these that this online smear campaign has been hounding this and trying to, well, they've tried to hound every aspect of our lives. So okay. I just don't know what it.
Who is hounding you? Nobody's reaching out to you. Nobody's trying to talk to you. Nobody's contacting you about your life. Nobody's doing anything except for viewing things that are public. That's it. We are doing things based on public information, nothing more. So nobody's hounding you. Nobody's coming to your door as a solicitor. Nobody's like camped outside your house like a paparazzi, like hounding you. Keep blaming us, but it's actually your daughter's fault and y'all's fault for enabling the BS. Hello, Miss Dana. And happy birthday, Jupiter.
Has to do with Chapter 11.
I understand.
It was,
right.
It was a year and a half before Chapter 11.
I understand that you'd like to think it's not relevant, but it is, and I don't have time, and it's not appropriate really for me to kind of advise you on the relevance, the legal relevance of determining the disposition of the GoFundMe funds. But we can go back to the medical. I mean, I'm just looking at your own accounting, and it says that medical copays were of the $132,000 that you received from GoFundMe, only $243 went to medical copays, according to your own accounting. Do you recall putting that in your accounting that you gave me last week?
Yes, and it probably was more than that. That was what I could come up with, at the last minute. Again, I was putting this together without the help of an attorney and putting it together very quickly. And again, the GoFundMe did not say that it was for medical bills. It did not say that. It said because of financial struggles. Okay.
Well, no. Are you saying that I can't rely on the accounting that you provided me? That it's not accurate?
I'm saying that I am human. I am not an attorney. I did the very best to be as transparent as possible. It seemed to me very obvious from the GoFundMe deposits. It seemed very easy to see where the GoFundMe money then was transferred into our main checking account and then went to pay bills.
Okay.
It's not transparent. And you're a reporter journalist, lady, or you were one point. You don't research things because most reporter journalists are like avid researchers. Like even people that aren't like journalists and reporters. Like in today's day and age, people are like avid researchers. And you didn't research shit. You're a joke of a journalist and a reporter. And I believe that you made minimal effort in your Peabody Award that went to the group that you were a part of. I don't believe you did. I think you did the least amount of work to get that award. You got that award off the backs of others.
That it was exhausted in the first couple of months. I think the issue has been that people are thinking that somehow there was money left over from GoFundMe that we're hiding, and it seems to me very transparent that the money went to pay bills, again, because as it had been said in the GoFundMe, whatever you want to call it, pitch, that we had serious financial struggles.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's how you said you had those financial struggles. And I don't think anybody has accused you of like hoarding the GoFundMe money and that you just have that money in hiding. Because even when reporters like Mercury News and the Daily Mail, nobody has said, oh, are you just keeping this GoFundMe money and not using it? And that's why you're hiding it. When we say you're hiding an asset, it means that you didn't disclose it on your bankruptcy. That's where the hiding comes from. We don't think you're hiding it because you actually have the money still. We know you don't have the money. We just want to know, did you pay Laura's criminal attorney with it? That's what we want to know. Did any of the GoFundMe money go to Laura for her things? Because that GoFundMe says it is for Ronn and his like medical strugglers. Oh, I guess as a family, but it's mainly to support Ronn. If you feel like supporting the man that brought you so many memories and came into your homes every day on the radio, who was a part of your lives, that's Ronn. That actually is supposed to go to support Ronn, nobody else. And if that means keeping a roof over his head, then so be it. But nobody thinks that you're hiding this money and that you still have it. The reporters ask you, and you tell the reporters, no, we didn't use any of the GoFundMe money to pay for Laura's attorneys. Well, did you use the GoFundMe to reimburse yourselves for paying for Laura's attorneys? Any of them? And is that part of why you are in financial struggles? Because I noticed that you didn't put in there that your family is facing a bunch of lawsuits and that y'all have had to engage in so many different lawsuits. And that is a part of your struggles. You just mentioned Ron's health and that seems to be the cause of y'all's problems. And it's not. That's why people are pissed off about it. It's not transparent.
It did not say if for medical bills or medical copays.
I understand that.
Medical challenges, many of them.
Okay. But wouldn't you agree though, that by mentioning all of Mr. Owens' medical ailments, the implication was that was going to be, the money was needed to help fund health and medical expenses? Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, that's fine. That's enough. You don't need to explain. You don't need to explain. It was a simple yes or no question. So you don't agree that the implication from your GoFundMe donation request that the money was going to be used for medical and health bills. You don't agree.
No, it was an update for his listeners, his followers, his supporters, who have been loyal with him over 46 years.
Hold on, Miss Owens. Miss Owens.
You know how you can update them? You can just make a Facebook post. That's how you can update them. Yep. You could even contact a news media outlet if you wanted to and report that Ron has been suffering from these things, just like y'all did when he got diagnosed with Parkinson's and he retired. That's how you can update somebody. You don't need to update somebody by being like, hey, here's what's happened. Oh, yeah, and we're poor. But we're not poor because of Ron's health issues, even though that's what we're going to make it look like.
I'm going to have everybody on the phone right now who's on here check their phone and make sure it's on mute. This is a recurring problem, and I'm not sure. I might have to stop the meeting and have this and ask that we do this meeting not in a public forum because this is interrupting whoever is on the line. I know we have a lot of people on the line, but if you are not Mr. Owens or Miss Naylor, your phone must be muted. I am not going to keep doing this. I understand that there's public interest in this hearing, but you cannot have your phone on not on mute. You are interrupting this hearing, this proceeding. So please, everybody who's on this phone call right now, check your phones and make sure that it's on mute, please. Okay, we're going to have to, if this happens a couple of more times, then I'm going to continue this and I'm going to ask that instead you have you come in and we'll do a 2004 examination and that will be private. I cannot keep dealing with these interruptions through people failing to keep their phones muted. Okay, so let me just ask you, and to be clear, you would agree that payments to a Macy's credit card would not in any way alleviate Mr. Owens' medical struggles, right? You would admit that pretty obvious fact, right?
Yes.
Okay. You say that the wording said that it was financial struggles. Did you ever state in any responses to donations or any public statements that the funds were being used for things like your Macy's bill?
Absolutely not, because they were not. In my view, those were expenses that were being covered by our pension and Social Security.
But you'll agree that according to your accounting of the GoFundMe funds, you state that some of the funds were used for Macy's.
Again, that would, I think we're going to have to agree to disagree on this one. I have explained how I interpreted it.
When I say things like this is the accounting for the GoFundMe, and I put something on the list, I wrote it on opposite day. So it actually means this is a list of things we spent our pension on and not the GoFundMe money. And I don't know how you're not interpreting what I'm being transparent about. I just don't understand. My interpretation is very clear.
My effort was to be transparent about absolutely everything we had paid out of all of our accounts. There was no intent to hide anything. And, like a lot of people, we had a Macy's bill.
Right. So I understand. So what you're saying is that when you did this accounting, you understood that the accounting of the GoFundMe funds was a request to determine how you used the $132,000 approximate amount of GoFundMe funds, right? That's what you understood it to be?
Yes.
Yes. And you didn't think it was a request for to show the U.S. trustee just itemize all the payments that came out of all of your accounts over an 18-month period, correct?
No, I actually did think that was it, and that the GoFundMe was part of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I did
Okay.
think that you
So
transparency and
okay.
it was part of it.
So you're saying that you believed that when you were told by the judge is the one that ordered you to provide this accounting of the GoFundMe funds. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And now if I submit this accounting that you provided to me and I say, Judge, this was the accounting that was provided to me by the debtors, are you going to deny that what you put in here was an itemization of how you used the $132,000 of GoFundMe funds? Will you deny that?
I am not attempting to deny anything. I'm trying to be very transparent. Again, we had other funds that came into our main.
You don't have to repeat yourself. I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you because we are going to be here for hours and hours if you keep repeating yourself because you're just not answering my question. I'm going to ask one more thing about this. You said that you believe that the accounting of the GoFundMe funds was intended to give the U.S. trustee an itemization of all of the disbursements out of all of your accounts over the 18-month period. Is that what you're saying?
My understanding.
I'm asking you, is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Yes or no?
Can you phrase that again?
Sure. A few moments ago. Well, actually, why don't you just tell me in your own words? What did you believe that when the court ordered you to provide the U.S. trustee with an accounting of the GoFundMe funds, what in your mind did you think you were required to produce to the U.S. trustee?
My understanding, my interpretation was not that the court just wanted the GoFundMe. My interpretation of that.
Once again, you're not answering the question. She asked about what you understood when the court asked about the GoFundMe stuff. Not, my interpretation was that she didn't just want GoFundMe stuff. You're right, Jan, she didn't. But Miss Giamo is only asking you about what you understood from what was being required and asked of you in regards to the GoFundMe. You're like, well, I thought it was included. My interpretation was the bank statements and all the things which we gave. That doesn't answer the question. You don't know how to interpret. Thank God you're not an interpreter.
Was that they wanted everything. And so that's why I attempted to give everything and why I told the judge, whenever it was when we had the status conference, when I said that we had turned over voluminous statements, because I wanted to be very transparent. I didn't want to hide anything. And I did not think that the judge was specifically just asking for GoFundMe. I thought she was asking really for everything and to be transparent on everything.
She was. But, and just because you say transparent 100 times doesn't mean you're being transparent. All Miss Giamo is trying to get to is, why are you putting something that you said the GoFundMe went to on some, you said Macy's was part of the GoFundMe accounting. Why you put that if Macy's was not a part of the GoFundMe money? It was a part of your pension money. That's it. It's not hard. You're being obtuse on purpose.
So that was what, I wanted to do.
Well, then I'm going to take a break. I want you to go get the accounting of GoFundMe funds that you sent me. I'd like to do that because I need to understand. That's what you're saying. So according to what you're saying, what you provided me was an itemization of all disbursements out of all 8 bank accounts over an 18-month period. Is that what you're suggesting to me? I'm
saying we gave you the bank statements. We gave everything that we thought would be, an issue. Everything that you might want to see. And as I say, what I had done when I had initially looked at the transfers from my husband's account that the GoFundMe money had gone into our main account, I thought it was very clear as to what had come in and what had gone out, and that it was basically exhausted after the first couple of months. So that was my interpretation. And as I say, we can look at the GoFundMe. I stand by what we submitted to you, and as I say, I put the stuff together as fast as I could.
Then if you stand by what you submitted, you stand by the fact that the GoFundMe money was used for your Macy's credit card. And you keep saying, no, that's not what we used GoFundMe money for. But here you are saying now that you stand by the stuff that you submitted, which is what it says that. So you actually don't stand by the stuff you submitted.
As I could, and as transparent as I could. So,
Okay.
If you want to get the nuts and bolts on the GoFundMe, I can. I think that there are people on the line who are.
All right, enough. I can't, Miss Naylor. No, I'm not going to allow you to use this as a platform to just start going off. No, stop. I had asked a very specific question. I want to at least have you admit that you provided me with a document that you titled Accounting of GoFundMe Funds. Will you admit that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
all right.
Of course.
And among the other items that you list is that you used funds to pay for ADT home security, correct?
Correct.
And was that something that helped alleviate Mr. Owens' medical struggles?
Well, we have had stress on our life.
The answer is yes or no. Did that alleviate Mr. Owens' medical struggles by using GoFundMe funds to pay for ADT home security systems?
Well, we have a medical alarm on there, yes, so that if we need to contact medical services, we can contact them through the ADT system, yes. And in fact,
because we don't have anything else that would alert an ambulance if Ron had a medical emergency, or if Laura had a medical emergency that actually has nothing to do with the smear campaign. Nick, we don't have phones, we don't have Alexas. Like even if your phone was turned off because you didn't pay the bill, you can still call 911. But I mean, how were we ever going to contact an ambulance for a medical thing if we didn't have ADT alarm system? And you know what you need for an alarm system? A house, a roof over your head. You're not going to be able to get your security system installed in a van down by the river, Jan. So I really don't know what you're going to do when you don't have a house. And I don't know how you're going to call for a medical emergency if you need it once you don't live in this house anymore. Because that is like the thing that you actually have to have. But, you know.
Night before last, I had to.
Okay, I don't need to know about the night before last. That's okay. Please try not to deviate. Because we will be here all day. Also, among the items that you listed is that there was significant amount of money paid to life insurance from the GoFundMe funds. Is that correct?
If that was to catch up again on the life insurance is pretty important.
Well, life insurance is not important currently for your day-to-day existence, correct?
Well, you're correct in that, but if something were to happen to my husband and we needed, and there were a life insurance payout, it would help to pay for living expenses. So yeah, I think in a certain way it is important. And again, it's been a 30-year payment that we don't want to lapse, that he doesn't want to lapse, correct?
Yeah. If one of my illnesses determines.
I cannot understand you, Mr. Owens. You have to enunciate better or step away from the phone. It's very muffled.
Yeah, I let my wife talk. Go ahead.
No, I want to hear what you have to say. I'd like to hear from Mr. Owens. I just couldn't understand what he was saying. It sounded like he was on top of the phone.
Yeah. When I'm sitting here, I'm trying to do as best I can. I've got a lot of really painful issues going on right now. But what I'm trying to say is you can take anything that you've given to anybody and then just say, is this really count or this doesn't count? The point is, we are as transparent as possible. We don't have some kind of a fund in the I don't know, in Costa Rica or something like that. We have nothing to hide. Everything we're doing is trying to give you exactly what you've asked us to do.
Okay. All right. So now let me, I want to.
Yeah, just let my sock puppet talk for me. Because my wife is saying all the right things. And nobody's thinking that you have an account in the Cayman Islands, Ron. Nobody's thinking that. But back to the sock puppet.
Talk about, you keep mentioning your pension and Social Security income. And in fact, over an 18-month period, you had because I have all of your bank statements and I was able to calculate. You had $378,600 of income from pension and Social Security alone, correct?
In 18 months?
Yes.
Yeah, in a year and a half, yeah.
Okay, and you're saying that was those funds were not sufficient to cover your regular living expenses?
Well, I again, the statements speak for themselves. You can see what came in and you can see what went out.
Well, I'm asking.
But we could for sure afford it. And if our former lawyer on our Chapter 13 wouldn't have messed up, like, we would have still been able to afford our payments, even though we can't actually afford anything. We just spend our money how we want to, and we make up what the necessities are, which aren't actually real necessities. But yeah. Also, Bruce, there is a game. It's a card game of a sorts, and it is called Moose Madness. I think you should get it. It seems fun. But I was like, ooh, Moose Madness. I need to tell Bruce about this.
You at the time that you were collecting in an 18-month period, you had income from Social Security and pension of over $21,000 per month at the time that you asked for GoFundMe funds. And you're telling me that even though you had over $21,000 per month in combined income, which was guaranteed income from pension and Social Security, you still needed to ask for GoFundMe funds?
Because at that point we had had a.
That's funny, geezer. Magoo's mom. How can we be out of money if we still have checks left? Like, we're bankrupt, but we actually still have money in our house. Even though we said we had $0 or like $7 or negative dollars, we actually still have like $7,000. So let's see what she explains about. You were making $21,000 a month. That's going to come right back again in the next month. And you still needed GoFundMe money.
lot of expenses that we hadn't anticipated, and we also are
Like your daughter being criminally indicted? Was that an expense that you hadn't anticipated? Your daughter getting caught in one of her schemes because she never gets caught? You'll never get caught in your schemes, lies, and manipulation, and your fraud and forgery? Yeah, that wasn't anticipated. We've been doing it for over 10 years. Like, how could we have anticipated that we would actually ever get caught and held accountable?
other sources of income had dried up, and so yeah, we've gotten in a bad situation. You can tell better than I can from looking at the statements.
Yes, I can. And
The fact that you can't live off of $20,000 a month is mind-blowing. Because you should be able to still have savings and money and all that and afford all your bills with your $20,000. And then if you do have these little side businesses like your stupid podcast or Laura's horse jumping shit or the whatever how Liz Max shit, that should have just all been extra like fun money. Like, you shouldn't have needed that money to survive, because nobody, like, most people that would be in your situation would not be like, oh my God, all of my daughter's side hobbies, like, and my deadbeat husband and dad, because he can't support us anymore, we just can't live off of $20,000 a month. Like, it's so hard for us. Why don't you understand? We're struggling.
I'll tell you that if you look at daily living expenses, right? And I'm looking at your Schedule I, or I'm sorry, Schedule J, and you just filed this. It was docketed yesterday. We're going to look at your Schedule J, and you actually did not properly add up the amounts. Do you have a copy of your amended schedules from yesterday?
Again, I don't have my laptop here. We're doing this not in a room where I have access to that. I thought it was just telephonic.
How hard is it for you to get your ass up and go get it? I don't know if they're in the bedroom so Ron can just lay in bed, or what. I don't know if they're at the House of Prime Rib. What is stopping her from getting her ass up? She's not immobile. Nobody's expecting Ron to get up and go get the laptop. And it's like, well, Ron can't really go get it right now, because he just can't support our family. And you expect me to get up and actually go and get a laptop? No. Like, Ron would have to do it. And we just, he can't use a walker to go do anything. And we don't have the black chair in here to like roll him across to go get the laptop and bring him back. So yeah, we just can't carry our cellular device, our mobile device, and do all that. Jan, you do not have a cord on your phone. And we know you didn't have it plugged into the charger. So nothing is keeping you where you're at.
Okay, well then I might have to have you come in. I'll do the best I can, but it's kind of frustrating that you don't have your own documents in front of you. If we look at just utilities, mortgage, healthcare, groceries, and home maintenance, you would have in excess of $3,000 a month of disposable income. If you just look at your $20,000 or over $21,000 per month gross income. So
If you look at you said what, utility, mortgage, and what?
Utilities, mortgage, healthcare, groceries, and home maintenance. The things that I'm taking out, I did a thorough analysis of all of your bank statements, and there were significant transfers to your daughters. That's number one. So in some way, it sounds like the GoFundMe funds were being used. Well, let's just admit this. The GoFundMe funds were commingled with your income from pension and Social Security.
Jennifer wanted to say it so badly. She didn't. She is a professional. She wanted to say that it looks like some of the GoFundMe money went to your daughters or went to fund things for them. That's what it looks like. If you look at the dates really carefully, that's what it looks like. Because it's odd that there was a lot of money movement right around the time Laura got indicted.
Security, correct?
They came in specifically to my husband's account, and the only thing else other than the GoFundMe that comes into that account for him is his Social Security.
Right.
And then we made transfers from his account to our main checking account to disperse for bills that needed to be paid.
All right, I'm going to ask my question again. So, based on what you just said, even though the GoFundMe funds were all going into the 0349 account, which is Mr. Owens' account, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those monies were then transferred to other accounts and commingled with the funds in the other accounts, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So really, once you transferred the GoFundMe funds out of Ronald Owens' 0349 account, there was no way for us to be able to specifically account for how the GoFundMe funds were used, because now it was commingled with your pension and Social Security income as well as business revenue, right?
There was no business revenue coming in at that point.
Well,
If you're talking about when the GoFundMe came in, the main part of the GoFundMe was for I think January and February. I mean, it started in December of 2024, and I think the main part of it came in and went out in January and February. And I don't believe that there was business income coming in at that point on a significant level. I don't believe that it would have been commingled with any.
It doesn't matter if it's a significant level. I'm sorry that you are ungrateful for just pennies on a dollar. But it's still considered income. It may not be a profit, but it's still income. And without that coming in, that little bit of income, you'd even be in bigger trouble. But we don't count it because we only count profit as income. Y'all are a disaster. Just your own tsunami.
Business income.
all right. Well, now we're going to turn to that because that's actually a very false statement. I have your bank accounts, Ms. Naylor, and by August 14th of 2025, which was the date you filed your Chapter 13 bankruptcy, the LLCs had received, at that point, over $41,000 of business receipts. You're denying that? It says it on the bank statements.
Yes, we have somebody at the door. We're gonna take it
I
back.
can't understand you, Mr. Owens. Can't understand you. You gotta back up.
When the bell rang, and we had somebody at the door, we taken care of the problem. So it's back to Jan.
Okay.
Back to Jan. Sir, this is not a KGO radio podcast. This is a debtor's exam, meeting of creditors. Like, and oh my God, Jennifer, you think that 41,000 is income? Like, we have $0 of that. So how do you think that that's income? Like, we lost all that money because it's spent. So no, that's not income. And it wasn't a significant amount. 41,000 on top of a year of, let's see what that is. We'll just do the basis. So, like $378,000. And then, like, yeah. And so then we have like the 41,000, but that's not like a significant amount of money. I mean, that's only over $400,000. We are struggling.
I'm sorry. So you said
I have done an audit of your bank statements, all 8 of them. It's thousand. It's like, well, it's, you gave me like what, 8 accounts for 18 months. Each of them is about 400 pages. So I don't know the math on that, but I think it's over 3,000 pages of documents. You filed your bankruptcy, your Chapter 13 bankruptcy on August 14th, 2025, correct?
correct.
And by that point, your LLCs in 2025 alone, so we're talking January 1st, 2025 to August 14th, 2025, your LLCs had generated over $41,000 of business receipts. You going to deny that?
No.
Okay. So you just said, you just said a few moments ago, you said, oh, at that time the businesses weren't making money. So do you want to change your answer to that?
Yeah, because there was money going out. Everything that was coming in was going out. I don't think that if you look at I think there's a pretty clear trail too with regard to the LLCs that everything that was coming in was going out. There weren't any surpluses. They were going to pay expenses.
Well, that's funny because
she didn't ask you to report your profits. Like yesterday, having to spend so much money for a tow truck to drive 40 miles was expensive. And so I can't say that I didn't have any income because I spent that money. So what I actually spent on the tow truck, that money doesn't count as me having any income because I don't have it anymore. You are getting income and profit mixed up.
I don't see the expenses, business expenses, as you're suggesting. I see a lot of payments to Laura and to Sarah Owens. There was over $20,000 of payments to your daughter.
What is the time frame on the ones to Sarah?
Well, didn't you put that in? You tell me. I mean, you're asking me. You tell me. You just filed yesterday
You were saying that this was in the time period between the GoFundMe and the Chapter 13 filing. Is that what you're saying? That there were $20,000 in payments to Sarah then?
You made payments to. Well, no. That I know that you just recently said that you made payments to Sarah within 2 years of this bankruptcy of over $21,000. But all right, let me see how we can.
And those were this year, and those were following the sale of a pony that we had. That was paid to Sarah this year.
Okay. All right. Well, the bottom line is, let's just back up. I just want to focus. We're going to get away from the GoFundMe fund for a minute. When you filed your Chapter 13 bankruptcy case, at that point, you had your LLCs based on the bank statements had over $41,000 of business income, correct?
For what time period?
From January 1st, 2025 to August 14th, 2025.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't have the figures here, but I'm obviously going with what you're saying for that time period from.
You admit in your amendment that you just filed that for the calendar year 2025, you put in your amended schedules filed yesterday that there were $81,059 worth of business revenue, gross income in the calendar year 2025. That's what you have on your amended schedule. Then you're standing by that, correct?
Okay, in all of 2025, 81,000.
I'm reading from your amended schedules. This is your statement that you signed under oath.
Right.
Okay. So I looked at the bank statement.
Sorry if that was echoing for y'all. 81,000 on top of their pension in a year. Your pension and your Social Security and GoFundMe money. It's just, I don't even know what I would do with all this money. I have an idea of how I would spend some of it. Not all of it. I mean, unless I was like really, yeah, I could go to a casino and blow it all, but like just buying things that I need or even want, I wouldn't spend. I wouldn't spend it. I mean, I might be traveling, but do their paperwork properly. And if it went to something, then it went to something. Why do you need to do all this pivoting? You want to be transparent, then just be transparent and unapologetic. Will people like it if you spent the money on GoFundMe money on Laura's attorneys? No. But you don't have to pivot if you're not doing something weird. Like, it really should be just so simple to look at the numbers, and you're making it hard.
And I calculated the amount of income or revenue that had been generated before you filed the Chapter 13 case, which was on August 14th, 2025, and it was roughly $41,000. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
Not at all.
Okay. But yet,
whatever is true.
Okay. But yet, when you filed the Chapter 13 case, you completely failed to disclose any of that business income on your statement of financial affairs that you signed under oath, correct?
I believe that the thinking on that was that we didn't have anything in those accounts at that time, and that was why we did the Chapter 13, that there was no value from those.
No, we're talking.
We cashed all that money out to make our account balances zero. So there's no value in those accounts anymore. Forget about what we actually have stuffed under our mattress. You can see our accounts say zero. Like, what else do you need? That's no value, zero. That's my thinking.
Talking about on the statement of financial affairs, you were required to list all gross income from a business for at the time, it would have been 2023, 2024, and for January 1st, 2025 till the date of the Chapter 13 filing. And you said none. And that was false.
That was incorrect.
So that was a false statement.
All right. Well, I think that was a miscommunication between me and the attorney who was filing it. I had explained to him that we did have LLCs and that I felt that it was a personal bankruptcy, and we have anything in those accounts at that time.
Well, the fact of the matter is it was a false statement, correct?
I don't have that Chapter 13 filing with me right now, and so I don't know what, I can't see it in person, so I can't really say.
Well, I'm telling you, looking at it right now, I'm looking at it. Docket number 1 from case number 25-7596. You were required to list all gross income from operating a business, and you had none. You said there was none. You're going to deny
because there was none. Because there was none coming in at that time. I think that's what that refers to. There was none coming in at that time, and we were operating at a loss.
Okay, you were required to list all gross income before deductions and exclusions. It specifically says that on the form.
Well, again, the context of it was that there was no income coming in.
Gross income. Well, really, but that's false. Actually, what you're saying is a false statement, Miss Naylor, because I looked at your bank statements and there was over $41,000 of revenue generated by the LLCs from January 1st, 2025 to August 14th, 2025. Are you going to deny that? But that's what the bank statements say.
But I'm saying that as of when we were filing for the bankruptcy, we were operating at a loss on all of those, and we didn't have anything coming in to, that's what I think the context of that was. But again, I don't have the documents in front of me, but that's what, and you can look at the statement. Anytime we had any money coming in at all from the businesses, it was going right out to pay expenses. It was going right out.
You understand the term gross income, don't you?
Yes.
And you read these, the forms that you signed under penalty of perjury, did you not?
I had worked with the attorney to, when he had asked me the questions and everything, and yes, I signed them, yes.
Okay, and it specifically says on the form, gross income before deductions and exclusions, right? Isn't that what the form says?
Well,
I'm asking you if that's what all right, that's what the form says, correct?
I don't know. I don't have the form in front of me. Again, I would have to look at the context of it, and I'm trying to explain to you what the context was, that we did not have.
I don't have my forms because, again, Ron can't go get it. And we have his walker, but he can't use his walker. You think a mobile phone is mobile or something? What are you thinking, Jennifer?
Okay.
You seem to have understood what was required to be disclosed when you filed the amendment yesterday, because you did accurately state that in the calendar year 2025, there was total gross income to your businesses of over $81,000. So you understood it yesterday, right?
Right.
But you didn't understand it earlier, even though you had an attorney earlier?
Yesterday, I took ginkgo biloba. Today, I did not. So I don't remember. And my attorney screwed me because the attorney ended up becoming a part of the smear campaign. Because everybody that screws us is a part of that. And everybody is out to get us. Even a tax auditor and an accountant. They're all a part of it. Everybody in the world is trying to get us. Because our daughter got pregnant by the fucking bachelor. It's just... No, there is context, y'all. Her interpretation.
No, because again, in the context of where we were when we were filing the Chapter 13, we had to file it because we didn't have income coming in, that we were having losses. We were not profitable. We were losing money. It was a drain. So there wasn't any attempt to, to hide anything. And as I say, we had filed as a personal bankruptcy, and I was thinking, like I say, at the time too, that the LLCs were separate.
Well, let me just ask you this. One of the things in the earlier Chapter 13 case, let's just look at, you were supposed to provide the gross income for part of 2025 up through the petition date, for 2024 and for 2023. Okay? Do you recall that?
Okay.
And this case, which was filed May 22nd, 2026, you were also required to provide 2024 income, 2025 income, and income for January 1st until the date that you filed on May 22nd, 2026, correct?
If you say so.
Well, you don't have your schedules. I'm going to ask that you go get your computer or whatever. I mean, you don't have hard copies of your filings in this case?
No, I stopped trying to print everything out a long time ago because
I don't want to know why you stopped printing things out. Please, you're making this longer than it has to be. Can you pull up on your computer while you're on the phone and pull up the documents that you just filed yesterday?
Hang on a second.
We need you to do that because you are sitting here claiming to be ignorant about documents that you've signed and filed, in this case, yesterday under oath.
I'm not claiming to be ignorant about anything.
She's not claiming she's ignorant. She just is ignorant and acting ignorant. But she's not like stating it. Just acting it. Actions speak louder than words, Jan. And you act like a dumbass.
You're saying that you don't remember, but this is something you filed yesterday. Go get your amended schedules, please.
You were asking me about what had been filed in 2025 in the Chapter 13. That was the last thing you asked me.
No, I was asking you about, I said you had to, in this case, also disclose your gross income for businesses. I just asked you that, and you said, if you say so. And I'm not gonna work like that. You need to have the document in front of you that you signed under oath so that I can examine you about it. So
okay. What? So can you just finish the question for me? Can you just finish the question, and I can see if I can perhaps answer it in that way? Just finish your question for me.
Well, yesterday you filed a sworn statement attesting that the gross income of your businesses for 2024 was $40,785. Right?
Okay.
Is that correct?
Okay. Yes.
That same information was not disclosed in your Chapter 13 statements. Would you admit that?
Again, I believe it was because of the LLCs and the differentiating between the LLCs and our personal situation that we were not.
Okay, that I understand. Right, I understand. However, if you look at the question in the Chapter 13 statement, it's the identical question that you answer in the Chapter 11. They are the same exact wording, the same, asking for exactly the same information. In the Chapter 13, you disclosed nothing. And now in your amendment from yesterday, you disclosed over $40,000 of gross business income. They are not, one is true and one is not true. Would you agree? They can't both be true.
Well, the truth lies in the context.
No, the truth lies in the fact.
The truth is not in the context. You said this on this day. You said this on another day. They're not the same. So one is true and one is not, or they're both false. Reading is fundamental, Jan, especially in your line of work. What the hell? The truth lies in the context. No, they ask a question, you answer it.
Fact that they were both exactly the same question. That's why you need to pull up the documents. There's no context. They are both the same question, Miss Naylor. Item number 4 on the Statement of Financial Affairs is the same exact question that was on the Chapter 13 statements that is in the Chapter 11 statements. Now, suddenly, you're disclosing over $40,000 of business income for the year 2024 that was never disclosed in the Chapter 13.
But it was in the past. It was before this bankruptcy's time. So what does it have to do with the Chapter 11 bankruptcy? Like, isn't this a Chapter 11 bankruptcy? So what does it matter what we did in Chapter 13? Rafiki on The Lion King said it's in the past. But you know what he also said? It can hurt.
But again, the Chapter 13 was filed in 2025, and the Chapter 11 was filed in 2026, and you're going back to 2024. Let me explain something.
No. I want you, because this is deviating again. No, I don't want you to explain anything. I want you to go get. No. I want you. No. I do not want clarification. If I need clarification from you, I will tell you. I am getting frustrated with you because you don't have the schedules in front of you. So why I'm going to ask that you pull up, go get your computer, or I don't know if you have a desktop and you and Mr. Owens can move over there, or if you have a laptop that you can put in front of you. But I need for you to pull up docket number 78 that was docketed yesterday in this case. And then I'm going to also ask that you pull up your petition from the Chapter 13. And, well, for right now, that's what I want you to do. Can you do that?
I'm wondering about where we can get the petition from the Chapter 13. The point on the 2024 income is that the difference is that I had not, when we filed for Chapter 13, I had not done our taxes for 2024. So I did not have the accurate information for 2024 when we filed for the Chapter 13. And we also felt that we were filing for the LLCs and not for that had nothing to do with our personal situation. So the 2024, so then when we did file the Chapter 11 for this year, I had at that point done the 2024 taxes and had a chance to look more at what the actual income was.
Okay, well then let me ask you that. All right, I understand what you're saying. Now I want to ask you this. If that's the case, when you filed your Statement of Financial Affairs on May 22nd under docket 9 in this case, you also said there was no business income at all. So if you already knew, wait, hold on. According to what you just said, by that point, you knew what the 2024 business income was, but you didn't disclose it when you filed a sworn statement in this case on May 22nd, 2026. Isn't that true? You didn't disclose it.
On May 22nd, we filed the skeleton filing at the very, very last minute. We had thought that we had an attorney who was going to file for us, and he backed out at the very last minute. And so we had to file a skeleton filing and did the very, very bare bones that we could do, and knew that we would be amending it and presumed that we would have an attorney to handle it for us. So that was why there was virtually nothing in the filing from May the 22nd, because it was literally a last minute. May the 22nd was a Friday afternoon before the Memorial Day holiday, and the foreclosure auction for our home was scheduled the Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock. So we were in a position where, we had to do a very bare bones filing, knowing that we would be amending it and adding the correct figures.
Well, you didn't say that. In response to the question, did you have any income from employment or from operating a business during this year or the 2 previous calendars? You answered in the affirmative, no, on a sworn statement. You didn't say, yes, but I will amend to give the information. You said no, correct? That's what you said.
Well,
yeah, no, is that what you said? Are you going to deny? I'm looking at it right now. You said no. When you've in docket number 9 filed under penalty of perjury in this case, you said no, there was no income from operating a business during 2026 or the 2 previous calendar years. And that would have been that was a false statement, correct?
And that was what was on May 22nd?
Yes.
Well, that was the skeleton filing that the
I understand.
attorney
I understand. No need to repeat. No need to repeat. But I'm going to ask you this. It's still a false statement, correct?
correct.
Okay. So you didn't indicate, we're going to amend this. You just said no, there was no business income.
Well, that was a mistake. That was a mistake on my part. And as I say, we were racing to get it down to your building because we had been under the impression that it could be filed electronically.
Okay, I don't need to know. That's fine.
Okay.
However, I do want to point out that if you look at item number 5 on docket number 9 filed in this case, you actually say that the gross income from business for 2026 was $12,500. Now, where'd you come up with that figure?
That figure was because we had leased a pony earlier in the year.
Well, we know that, and you're talking about the lease for Frosted Flakes?
Yes.
And so you said your business income that you list here on docket number 9 was only $12,500, and you say that that's based on the lease of the pony Frosted Flakes. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
But the fact of the matter is that you were actually paid $25,000 for the Frosted Flakes lease on February 27, 26. So it wasn't $12,500. It was actually $25,000, right?
Correct. And the reason that we stated it as $12,500 was because it is for a year-long lease, and I believe we were interpreting the income that up until that point as it being 50%. So in other words,
it doesn't matter what your interpretation is. You have that money in your account, in your possession. It's not like people can be like, well, they paid for the whole car in one fell swoop. But since they've only had it for 3 months, we actually didn't make but 3 months of that car. So all the other money, we don't have to claim that up to like 2-3 years down the road. Because we didn't actually make that money. They've only had it for 3 years. Or apartment, they pay for a 6-month lease all up front. Yeah, but they've only lived there for 1 month. Yeah, but they paid you the 6 months. God, you're just an idiot. Yes, justice for Frosted Flakes. And hopefully he is having the time of his life where he's leased to.
it was, half a year had gone by, and so half a year was $12,500.
Okay. But you did not include any other income for 2026 besides this $12,500 on your original Chapter 11 Statement of Financial Affairs, correct?
Correct. And outside of the pension and Social Security income, that's basically the case. There have been some contributions to the GoFundMe this year. I think it would be under $1,000 for 2026 because it has remained up there. There would be the pony lease, the Social Security and pension income for 2026, some like I say, under $1,000 for the GoFundMe, and
let's back up. Let's back up. Okay, let me back up. When you filed the Chapter 13 case, you never disclosed the GoFundMe funds, did you?
No, we didn't. Again, it was my understanding at that point that those were the GoFundMe is considered exempt, and it's considered more like a gift as opposed to income. And again, it had all been, the majority of it had been already exhausted, 6 or 8 months before, I guess 6 months before the filing of the Chapter 13.
If that's your understanding, why did you disclose it on the filing yesterday?
Because of the fact that the folks online had brought it up and the judge had.
The court brought it up. There was talk in a chat like we have over here during live streams. There was those. And then a clerk took something of that and then brought it to the judge, and the judge brought it up. Not people online. Hello, Just Jen. Of course, I am going to share your stream. I am so thankful. Just Jen is one of the people that is behind the scenes, that does so much heavy lifting. And work that her and others do is so important. And I am so thankful to all of them. The smear campaign. So I couldn't lie anymore because the smear campaign brought it up.
They brought it up to the judge, and the judge had asked about it, and we have wanted to be transparent about it.
So earlier you did not want to be transparent about it?
No, it wasn't a question of not being transparent. It was simply a question of I didn't think that it was necessary. The money had been exhausted, and it was, considered a gift, and I didn't think that it was necessary.
You didn't think it was necessary. Okay. I want to quickly ask you, you provided our office with a copy of what is it looks like your 2024 tax return. And
Correct.
Has that been filed with the IRS?
Yes.
Okay, because I don't have a signed copy. Is there any reason why you didn't give me a signed copy?
I think I just sent you what I had from H&R Block, who had prepared it.
Are you saying, so I'm sure H&R Block gave you a copy for your own records of your signed and dated copy, did they not?
I can access it online, and that's how I sent it to you. I don't have
We will give you access to our portal. We love giving everybody access to our portals. It's easier to blame people for hacking us if we just give out all our passwords for our portals. They give you paper copy. They did the last time I did mine. I mean, yeah, it's on your portal too, but this makes me wonder that she says she filed them, but I don't know if her interpretation of filing her taxes is just doing them, but not submitting them. And they're signed if you've submitted them, and they're filed. It would be unsigned if you've just done them and you didn't make it official. So that makes me wonder if they did it, but they didn't actually file them. Because she said she filed them. But this makes me think that they just got them done, but didn't actually file it. It's just, something's weird about this. And we know that her interpretation of things is awful. She thinks that truth and talking about something and listening to their words is smear. I mean, that's a shitty interpretation to me, but whatever.
don't have a printed out copy of it, no.
Well, you're going to have
I mean,
to, I would ask you that you are, please go back to H&R Block, and I want a copy of the signed and dated return that was actually filed, okay?
Okay, so the one that we sent you from their portal is not signed and dated?
No, it is not. Okay, so go and get that from H&R Block. And in the meantime, when I looked at your 2024 tax return, and you had H&R Block assisting you with that, correct?
Correct.
So presumably they knew what they were doing when it came to understanding what gross income is and that sort of thing.
Yes, I was working with a preparer that I have not worked with before.
Do you have a normal preparer that you work with? And a computer chat bot? Yeah, you probably hadn't worked with those on your tax returns before. Which I don't think it was a chat bot. She was probably doing them online herself because she can't have somebody calculate the numbers. But she also said she showed them these things. Her story is all over the place. There's something weird about these taxes.
And I was working over the telephone with them in several sessions.
Okay, so the 2024 tax return shows, let me back up. On your most recent amendment.
If it was over the phone, Jan, you had several sessions over the phone. Because, I mean, you can do that, but you can also just take your happy ass to a facility and sit down with them and get it done in one fell swoop. But yeah, I wouldn't want to touch your shit either, because this is why there are some people out there that they have to do all their own stuff. They can't hire anybody else to do it. Like, there is some content creators that they have to edit their own stuff. Because, like, I know a family blogger who has to edit her own stuff and do her own shit. Because if anybody saw what was on the footage that is not shown, that would be bad. So you have to do your own stuff. You have to file your own stuff. You have to make your own taxes and all that, because there's actually nobody that has like a certification or a license that is willing to put their integrity on the line, and their license and their job and their income on the line to fudge and lie like this. It's just weird.
To the schedules. You claim under oath that gross business income for 2024 was $40,785, correct?
Again, I don't have the return here, so I'm relying on you to, yeah.
That's not the
That's what I
return I'm
said.
referring to. I'm referring to your schedules that were filed yesterday, that were docketed yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Do you have that copy up now or no?
No, I don't.
I think we're going to have you come in for a deposition, ma'am, because this just isn't working. I wanted this to work where I could just go through the questions. I thought you would be more cooperative in terms of, admitting to the things that you signed under oath. But, you sitting there saying, I don't have a copy of it in front of me, is just not going to work. We can have you sit in front of me and I'll put these documents in front of you. Your recollection, though, is it not that you said that for 2024, you realized gross income of over $40,000 from your businesses? That's what you attested to under oath in the amendment that was docketed yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Well, your tax return claims that your total gross business income was just about $6,000. Are you aware of that?
I'm wondering whether you're looking at the after expenses.
No, let's back up. You had an accountant do your tax return, and I think it's fair for us to presume an accountant understands what gross receipts means, gross income. So I'm looking at your tax return that you say was already filed. The gross receipts that it indicates for 2024 is only $6,704. That's what you filed with the IRS.
That may be for just one of the businesses. I'm not sure. You know, I had looked at it, and I looked it over twice, and it seemed okay. So I'm not sure.
Well, I'm looking at your tax return. I'm looking at your tax return, and it shows the accountant that assisted you from H&R Block listed statement of profit and loss first for Nobody Told Me LLC, which realized gross receipts in 2024 of $6,704. Okay, does that sound about right?
Right. Okay.
Okay. Now the next page on your tax return says Quartet Farms LLC, and there's 0 for gross receipts in your tax return. The next page, you also have Lizmax, and that has no income. So let me ask you, where did you come up with this figure in the amendment that was filed yesterday showing $40,000 of gross receipts?
And this is for 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the 6,704 for Nobody Told Me is, I'm sure, from the, whatever you call the 1099s that were for that. For Quartet in 2024, again, I would have to look at my records, but we were running at a loss. And
I understand, Miss Naylor, you keep trying to disregard my emphasis on gross income. I asked you earlier, do you understand what gross income means? Do you understand what that means?
Yes, I do.
Oh, wait, hold on. So what is your understanding of gross income? Means that it's the total receipts that the business gets before paying out any bills, right?
Correct.
Okay, so
Correct.
you keep talking about how you were operating at a loss. It doesn't matter if the business is operating at a loss. Gross income is the revenue that was generated. And you deviated again, because my question was, you attested under oath in the filing yesterday that your gross business income for the year 2024 was $40,785. That's what you attested to in the filing yesterday, correct?
Yes. Yes.
But that seems to contradict your 2024 tax return that only claims about $6,000 of gross income. They are
Sounds like you are going to owe the IRS way more money, because 40-something thousand and 6,000 is a huge difference in tax. And to me, she just does not understand. I think she does understand gross income, but she doesn't want to understand it because it's just ridiculous. All of this is so dumb. And if you don't understand something, it's okay to say you don't understand something. And she talks about, oh, well, we got like a 1099 from the Nobody Told Me podcast. And we just don't have any of those things like for Quartet Farms and all that. No, because it's your business. You're supposed to keep your accounting and pay yourself from those businesses, and then have Quartet Farms give you money, a 1099 or whatever. But you can't just say, oh, we had a lot, we have $0 or negative dollars, we're at a loss, so we shouldn't be taxed. That's not how any of this works. It really does. Tax fraud.
consistent. Can you explain that to me?
And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm explaining to you that the Nobody Told Me income, the 6,704, must be from 1099s that we received for Nobody Told Me. For Quartet, I don't believe we had any sales or income for 2024, any gross income. I don't believe we did because we were running at a loss. As far as
she's still using gross income wrong. We didn't have any gross income because we were dealing with loss. Does that mean you didn't pay yourself anything? You didn't put any of that money in there, just the business itself. The business itself still made money. Now, you may not have paid yourself anything of that because it just went to that's like if you own an actual store, like, I don't know, Walmart, And Walmart was only making enough not to pay employees, but just to keep the lights on and stuff like that. So they have enough money to keep the store running, but they don't have enough money to pay themselves or anybody else. And so she's taking that as meaning that there is no income. So there's no personal income to her, is I think what she's meaning. She's still doing it wrong. And, she's trying to explain to a U.S. trustee, but she's going to be having to explain to Uncle Sam.
Liz Max is concerned, we would have had, and I know that I had given the tax preparer the details on the revenue that we had gotten from Liz Max, because we did have rental income from Liz Max, and so I'm not sure how she interpreted that or whether that was a mistake in her.
Oh, okay, you want to say, so you're saying the accountant made a mistake, like the lawyers in the past? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that I had given her the information that there was no attempt to hide any income whatsoever because.
Well, then answer my question. You keep not answering my question. How did you come up with the figure of $40,785 of gross income from business that was filed yesterday? Where did you get that figure from? You tell me how you calculated it.
I'm sure that is from the nobody told me income. It is from the Liz Max income from whatever rental we had gotten from that. And if there was any income for Quartet, but again, I don't believe that there was. So I believe that it's correct to say that there was zero income for Quartet. And as far as Liz Max is concerned, I'm going to have to go back and check and see, because I know that I had given the accountant the information on the rental income that we did have from Liz Max. So why it didn't translate, I think perhaps it didn't translate because we had massive losses from that. But I'm saying what we had given to you in the docket with regard to 40,000 in business income in 2024, I'm sure is accurate.
Okay, so you're saying that your federally filed tax returns are inaccurate.
No, I'm saying I need to look at how she calculated that.
Well, there's an itemization of gross receipts, and it says zero for Liz Max and for Quartet, and it only says 6,700 for.
I don't think she understands. She thinks that everything she's saying makes sense, and that people just don't understand her. She's not lying or committing perjury in her brain. She just doesn't understand things and wants to pretend she does. But yeah, the tax accountant misunderstood a bunch of money. Like, they're ignorant and entitled.
Nobody told me.
I think maybe she was in putting that in there, that maybe she was saying that we hadn't gotten any 1099s for Liz Max or for Quartet, any documented government stuff that would. I'll have to look, because I do know that I gave her that information and she may have put it.
Well, the government doesn't send you the 1099s, ma'am. Like, the business itself creates those. Like where I work, I rent space out, basically. I'm an independent. So I get a 1099 at the end of every year if for some reason something is purchased through the company and I independently do something. But the place that I'm contracted with, they issue it to me. And they have to issue it to me whether they are underwater or not. The government doesn't create these for you. You have to do those yourself as a business owner. You have no idea how to run a business. And y'all sit around doing stupid shit all day, unproductive shit that you could be learning, taking some business classes, taking some cooking lessons, things that would improve your lives and your finances. But no, y'all focus on wrong stuff and trying to get away with doing things the illegal way.
Elsewhere. I mean, we didn't have any W-2s or 1099s or anything like that would have been associated with Lizmax or Quartet on the 2024 income tax. That would have only been for Nobody Told Me.
All you had to do is look at the bank statements to see the gross revenue, correct?
Laura, being the face of the company, should have gotten a 1099 or a W-2 or whatever you want to call a tax document, with being the face of the company. But y'all don't do it. Y'all didn't do any of that. If I pay out another therapist over a certain amount, I have to 1099 another therapist. It's just maddening.
No, not well. I mean,
I looked at the bank
yeah.
statements and I was able to calculate the gross income of each of the entities for the 18-month period for which you gave me the bank statements. In any event, this is something that I'm going to have to pursue in a deposition with you because, again, I need you to have these documents in front of you. One of the things that you did finally admit to in your recent filing is that you are paying the living expenses of your daughter, Laura Owens, correct?
Correct.
And you state in Schedule J that your monthly...
Laura does be owing. That is for sure.
Expenses for her, and you refer to her as a dependent, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you say, well, where did you put this? Let me see, hold on. 1 second. Okay, let me just go.
Anthony Grove, by the U.S. Attorney. Jen.
Excuse me, who is that? You, Miss Miller, speaking?
Not me.
Not me.
Somebody just again. Okay, I am looking at your statement of financial affairs that was docketed yesterday, and it says that you have for between 2024 and 2025 that you gave gifts to Laura Owens in the total amount of $19,608. Correct?
That I gave what to her?
You gave gifts through ongoing monthly support to your daughter, Laura Owens, of $19,608.
Okay.
That's what you said in your sworn statement, correct?
Correct. Yes. I couldn't understand what you had said. Correct.
Okay, well, tell me how you calculated that amount.
From the fact that we pay for her car.
No, I need to know specifically how you came up with that number. I don't need generalities. I want to know specifically how you came up with the amount $19,608. What does that include for the period 2024 to 2025?
It includes clothing. It includes food. It includes whatever the housing would be. It includes the car, the insurance. It includes the basic, life necessities.
I'm sorry, but that's going to be way more than 19,000. But you don't need to include housing or rent, because why would you calculate that in the 19,000? It's not like she's going to give you that money back. So you don't need to give her housing. So that's a lie. You need to tell your daughter to get a fucking job. Plain and simple. You expect your husband to support you, but you don't expect the daughter to pay her way in her mid-30s. It's ridiculous. Because just the car and the car insurance is well over $19,000. So that doesn't include groceries, clothes. She don't need any more clothes. I get she's lost weight. But she got a whole pile of clothes. Go sell the ones that don't fit and go purchase new ones with store credit or something. Hell, some of those probably still have the tag on them. Go return those. That is true. They don't like whatever housing would be. And they don't pay for their own housing. So here, that's like me saying, okay, guys, like here's, like I tell my kids, I'm like, okay, here's $400 for the housing so that you pay the housing, which means that they're just going to give me the $400 back in housing. Why would you include housing? You would keep that portion for yourself to pay your housing. It's stupid. There's like no words that are good enough for this.
Well, I know what you're telling me it includes, but how did you calculate it? Like, what amount did you attribute for that 2-year period to food?
Best guess estimates, I mean,
well, you came up with this figure recently, and you came up with a very specific figure of $19,608 or whatever it was. Let me go back there. $19,608. That's a very specific amount, Ms. Naylor, and I want to know how you calculated it. Do you have an itemization somewhere that you wrote down, like what it was that you included in that as gifts to your daughter?
I was ballparking it.
You ballparked a number and said $19,608 for a ballpark figure?
Well, again, if you're talking about day-to-day living expenses and having to go back.
No, I'm asking you, you just said that you ballparked a figure. If you're going to ballpark a figure, wouldn't it be a round number? You said $19,608. That's a very specific number. How did you ballpark a figure at $19,608?
Just, again, looking at basically like the cost of the car, the cost of the insurance, the estimated, living things. I mean, just what she would have been, entitled to. I don't run a calculator and keep track of everything. I was trying to estimate that this is.
So you gave an amount of $19,608 for as a ballpark figure. Is that you just came up with that out of nowhere? Some made up figure?
Again, no, it's not. It's
also, it's interesting that money was transferred to them because in Laura's bankruptcy hearing, she said that they don't transfer money into her account. Like they don't ever just give her money. They just pay it out of their own cards, out of their own accounts. They never just give her money, is what she said. But Jan's saying we do give them. Jan's stuff says that they do give Laura money. They don't say that we just pay it off of our own cards and ourselves. Both can't be true.
Not a made up figure. It's of estimates that I figured, were accurate.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. This was supposed to cover the period, according to your own sworn statement here, for 2024 through 2025, correct?
Correct.
And you say that that included amounts that you were funding for her car and car insurance?
Correct.
Well,
Because we also share, we share the car with her.
well, whose
It's
name
one
is the car
but
in? Whose name is the car in?
The car is in her name.
Okay. So I just calculated if you take the amount of the car payments and the car insurance payments for a 2-year period, that's over $25,000. So clearly the figure that you gave for gifts is understated, wouldn't you say?
Well, again, I would say that part of that car expense and that insurance expense is used by us. And I would also mention the fact that the car and insurance costs have recently really soared compared to what they were in 2024 and 2025 because of the bankruptcy situation. The car costs soared, as did the insurance.
So then shouldn't you have estimated something higher than 19,000 in a 2-year time? Yes, that's why they have to get cashier's checks. So their bank accounts are zero so they can show that they're plebs and broke for indigency status. Indigency. Words are hard. They are.
Let
So
me
it's
ask you,
different,
you're claiming that you're claiming you have some kind of equitable interest in the car? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying that we use the car, that my husband and I use the car.
Well, you use the car, but do you claim that you have any kind of interest in that vehicle?
I mean, we pay the expense for it.
I'm asking if you claim any interest in the car, Mrs. Owens. Do you claim any interest in that vehicle?
I haven't ever even thought about it.
Well, I'm think about it now. Do you claim any type of equitable interest in any entitlement to that car? Yes or no? I need a yes or no answer. You either do claim that you have some kind of ownership or equitable interest in the lease, or you claim that you do not. Which is it?
Well, I think that legally, since my name and my husband's name are not on it, I would think that legally, no, we don't. But from a practical standpoint, we pay for it. So,
well, you pay for it as a gift to your daughter. You said that's what you included in the gifts that you listed on the Statement of Financial Affairs, right?
Yes. Yes.
Well, let me ask you, when you put down in the amount of, and I guess what I'm going to have to do is ask you formally for documents, and I'm going to be asking for copies of all the insurance between 2024 through today, so I can see it precisely. I mean, you're claiming that soared, that all of a sudden it's a much higher amount, but I want to know how much you have been paying exactly on insurance and the vehicle lease, so we can figure out how you came up with this $19,000 gift figure. But I'm wondering,
Which is going to be interesting because I don't know if Jennifer knows that there is a new car. Maybe she does. And this is her way of showing that there was a car brought that they're paying for that all happened when this bankruptcy was going on. Why are you buying shit? More expensive shit when you're just so poor and struggling. I get that maybe her old car was not working well. Like, you didn't have to go out and buy what you bought.
does that figure include the $3,500 of payments you made to your daughter's criminal defense attorney in July of 2025?
Does the $19,000 include that?
Yep.
The $19,000 was just in terms of basic, expenses.
Okay, so your bank records reflect that on July 9th, 2025, you paid $1,500 to Josh Colesrud. Then on July 10th, 2025, you paid $1,500 to Josh Colesrud. And on July 11th, 2025, you paid $500 to Josh Colesrud. So that's a total of $3,500 to Josh Colesrud, who was your daughter's criminal defense attorney at one point. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why didn't you include that in? Was that when you paid that money? Was that a gift to your daughter?
It wasn't something I was thinking of one way or the other. It was a legal expense.
Well, it wasn't your legal expense. It was your daughter's legal expense, right?
Correct.
So why isn't that included among the amount that you gifted to your daughter on your sworn statements?
Again, because I don't really consider that a gift. I consider that a legal expense.
Of your daughter, correct?
Well,
you're going to
yes,
you're going to claim, wait a minute, just stop. Are you going to sit here and claim that the attorney payments to your daughter's attorney, Mr. Colesrud, was anything for you other than a payment for your daughter's criminal defense? That was for her criminal defense. He was her lawyer, not your lawyer, right?
Well, part of our family businesses, including our podcast, Nobody Told Me, and, that she was a part of. So I think that helping her defend herself on.
We have to help the face of our companies. That would be one thing if it had something to do with your businesses. Like if Ron sexually harassed a guest on like KGO, or Laura sexually harassed a guest, and that guest was suing Laura because of her behavior on your podcast, that you could say was a business expense. Her personal, hold on. Her personal hobby actions that are criminal has nothing to do with the business. Another reason you're bad at business. It's paying for her criminal defense lawyer is not going to save your businesses. I'll tell you that right now. Nobody's buying that it's a business expense. And if it is a business expense, it sounds like some RICO charges are needing to be added.
That helps the family overall and the family businesses overall. I mean, that's so. I think that it's not something that you can just say, oh, that's just to help her. That it needs to be done for the family reputation as well.
Okay, so you're going to deny that the money that you paid to your daughter's criminal defense attorney were gifts to her?
Well,
I'm asking you if you're denying that. Either you admit that they were gifts or you don't. Yes or no? Just tell me yes or no. If you don't think they were gifts, say, I know I don't think they were gifts. If you do believe they were gifts.
I'm saying I don't see it as a gift. I see it as an expense for the reputation of the family.
Okay.
And our ability to go forward with regard to some of the businesses that we've had.
Well, is the Nobody Told Me podcast still ongoing?
It's still available online, and we are still making some income from it. And yeah.
Okay, let's see. I understand that you currently hold $7,000 in cashier checks that were not previously disclosed when you first filed this case on May 22nd. Is that correct?
I did not hold the $7,000 in cashier's checks on May 22nd. I just recently took those out.
Why did you take out $7,000 of cashier's checks since filing this case? And you took it out of what, your bank account that you had at the time of the bankruptcy filing?
Yes, I took it out. It was because we did not set up the debtor in possession accounts. And we didn't do those because we had early on realized that we wanted to dismiss this. And the money that goes into our account is Social Security and pension income. And going forward, because we weren't continuing with the Chapter 11, it didn't seem to make sense to set up the DIP account. And also my understanding was that I really would need an attorney to go with me to set up those accounts. And as we previously discussed, we were unable to find counsel for that. So I didn't know whether that was actually going to be required of me since we have filed for dismissal. So I wanted to protect the money that had been in those accounts and to take it out as cashier's checks that I have on hand. If it were to be required that I set up the DIP accounts, I wanted to have that cash available, or the money available to deposit if need be.
But did you have to take out $7,000, everything that was in there, to set up a DIP account? Probably not. Your understanding is dumb and wrong once again. Hello to Toadette. Welcome. Hope everybody is having a good night. Yesterday was kind of just a weird day. And we're getting through this.
All right. So what account did you take those $7,000 of cashier checks out of?
That was taken out of our main checking account, 0140. I believe it all came out of that account.
And what was the source of the cashier's checks? Who issued those to you?
Bank of America.
Well, let me ask you, when I'm looking at the time that you filed this case on May 22nd, you said that there was only $100 in the Bank of America account ending 0140. So was that false?
No, that was true.
So then when did that $7,000 go into the account 0140?
On July 1st, it was we get our pension checks on the 1st of the month, and so there were that's what it had come from the monthly deposits.
But it doesn't. Your pension checks don't come out to be a round number of $7,000. So I don't understand. Like how many cashier's checks do you have?
I have one for 1,000 and one for 6,000.
Okay, and you got the cashier's checks drawn from your own account that held $7,000 in it.
It held more money than that in it, but that money was being used to pay for day-to-day living expenses, and we had an automatic withdrawal coming up for the car insurance, and so I did not close those accounts, but took the majority of what was in there out, so that again, if I were required to do the debtor in possession accounts, I would have the funds to do it.
Okay. I'll have to see. I mean, you're not to spend that money. Do you understand that?
Correct.
Okay. At this point, you have to be mindful of the fact that you're in bankruptcy and you can't be like taking money out of accounts and then hiding it like that. Maybe you should.
Right. And that's why I had it. That's deliberately why I had it in cashier's check, so that it would be very clear that I wasn't attempting to hide it.
Okay. Well, maybe you should just deposit it back in there. I don't know what's going to happen with the dismissal. I know that we have a hearing on the 27th. If the judge at that point, I think what you need to do is put it back into your account is what I think you need to do.
Well, would it be possible for me to set up a different account, because I had gotten notified by Bank of America that as of August 10th, they are closing our business account for Quartet Farms, and I'm concerned that they might close the other accounts that could I open up? Would I have your permission to open an account with a credit union and deposit that money in the credit union account?
What I'm going to say is this. I think that you are currently in a Chapter 11 bankruptcy that has not been dismissed, and therefore your obligation is to open up a debtor in possession account, and that's what you should be doing. That's all I'm going to say. You have to determine for yourself. I can't give you legal advice, but that has been your obligation since the day you filed this case, that you were required to open a debtor in possession account, and you have not. So I'll just leave it at that. So are you still supporting your daughter, Laura Owens?
Yes.
And does she earn any income on her own?
She has been unable to.
Well, my answer is, that's just listen to my question. Does your daughter earn any income?
She's not unable to. She could go to McDonald's right now. She could go to a many fast food places and get a job. She is not unable to. Even after she possibly gets out of jail, she will still be able to get a job. It just may not be a job that she likes. But she is not unable to work.
Of her own currently. Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So I understand just from public information that your daughter has a private criminal defense attorney currently, correct?
Correct.
Are you paying for that attorney?
No.
Who's paying for that?
I don't know. I have not.
They are a close-knit family. She is lying. That's why there are crickets. That is bullshit. You don't know who's paying for it. Because she would have said, Mom, I know y'all can't pay it, but Jingers has agreed to pay it. Or they've sent it and Sarah's agreeing to pay it, but they're going to act like they don't know that. Does she have another man that agreed to pay for her criminal charges? Like, what? I know your brother didn't agree to pay for her criminal attorney. So, where is this money coming from? She got the money from somewhere, and you know where it's coming from. And you're lying.
Address this with her. She knows that we don't have the funds to pay her, and I know she's been.
You have no idea how your attorney. You have no idea how your daughter, who lives with you and who completely relies on you for all of her support, is paying for a criminal defense attorney and for pending felony counts against her. Is that what you're telling me? You have no idea. Is that what you're saying?
I know that she has been working to. Pardon me?
I'm asking if that's what you're expecting me.
She's been working to what? She's been working not at anything. Yeah, Colorado Canadian. And hello, Razmataz as well. Yeah, Barry's boot camp. She could go get a job there. She's there enough as it is. She thinks it's her business anyways, because nobody else can go there. Don't even go to different locations, because all the locations of Barry's are hers. And yeah, Ron has to work. Ron can't work anymore because, he can't support us. Because, he's just a deadbeat. Yeah, Laura may think Rico is the name of a new boyfriend. But don't tell me Laura is working on anything. Working on ways to lie to try to get out of her problems, maybe, just like you do.
Go ahead.
I'm telling you, she knows that we don't have the funds to help her at this point. And so she has, reached out to others to help her with this.
So
the details of it, I don't know.
So you have no idea how your daughter's paying for her current criminal defense attorney. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying.
No, is that what you're saying?
I don't.
Either you do not know or
Yes.
you do know. Do you know?
I'm saying we told her we can't help her with it, and I know that she has reached out to others to help her, and I don't know the details.
Okay, so you're expecting me to believe that the daughter that you support fully and who lives with you has not told you how she's able to pay for her criminal defense attorney currently. Is that what you're saying?
Where have all these people been the entire time that Jan and Ron have been supporting Laura? If she has people that can fork out that kind of money for Christian looters, why haven't they been supporting her instead of her ill father? Because I would want to know, I've been supporting you all this time. Where the hell did you get money to pay for this shit? Well, I knew you couldn't pay for it, so that's not what I asked. I didn't ask, did you know if I could pay for it or not? I'm asking, how the hell did you get a hold of that money? Did you rob a bank? Did somebody sell some drugs? I'm not saying any of that actually happened, but I would have questions that you all of a sudden now have access and people that can just give you that kind of money. You're trying to play the denial card. It's not working very well.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's
All right.
36.
Okay.
Thir-
One of the
30
things, all right, let's move on. One of the things that you put in the Schedule I that you just filed, all of a sudden you decided to disclose that you get income from this Nobody Told Me podcast, and you had never previously disclosed that in your prior Chapter 13 or your original Chapter 11 schedules, correct?
Correct, because again, it was an LLC and it has been absolutely decimated.
Okay, I don't, you're saying, you're giving me some reason that doesn't make any sense to me, but all of a sudden, for the first time, you have decided that you were going to disclose that Nobody Told Me generates income to you of $50 per month. That's the first time you've ever disclosed that, was on this filing from yesterday, right?
Right.
Okay. So let me ask you something. You keep talking about expenses and you say you understand what gross income means. Why didn't you disclose on Schedule I of your documents that was filed yesterday? You look at Schedule I, it requires for business income, and Nobody Told Me LLC is a business, correct?
Is the what? I'm sorry, you broke up there.
Nobody Told Me LLC is your business. It's a business.
Correct.
Why didn't you report this $50 of income on item line 8A, which asks for net income from operating a business? Why didn't you do that?
Because it's so small.
Well, I'm sorry, Miss Naylor, you don't get to decide where things go on the forms just because you think it's trivial. You need to fix this, and you need to properly report this on item 8A. And one of the things that you will see is that item 8A requires that you attach a statement for each business showing gross receipts, ordinary and necessary business expenses, and then the total monthly net income. So you need to do that, okay?
Okay.
All right. And I also understand that you failed to pay the fee, the filing fee for the amendment that was just docketed yesterday. Can you explain why you didn't pay that fee?
We did pay the fee.
When did you pay it?
We paid it yesterday. We spoke
Yesterday.
to Raquel in the.
Okay. But you didn't.
We amended something yesterday and paid it. Paid $34. Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that at docket 74, the court or the clerk issued a notice that you failed to pay the fee with respect to this amendment filed at docket 78.
Well, it has been paid.
Okay. Well, you're saying it was paid yesterday. Well, okay. I'm just telling you, I'm looking at docket 74 from yesterday that said that the $34 fee was not paid, but now you're saying it was paid?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, one of the things that you failed to include in your amendment was the summary of assets and liabilities. Can you explain?
I'm not the paying the fee, I get why she's bringing it up, but I do believe they paid the fee because they have paid the fees thus far. And we know that the courts and the dockets and stuff, they don't get updated instantly. So that is a nothing burger to me.
Why you didn't include that required document?
Again, as an oversight, again, this is why I have filed to dismiss this, because I'm not an attorney and I don't have the ability, to do this. I know a lot of attorneys don't even handle Chapter 11, they handle 7 and 13, but they don't handle 11 because it is so complicated and it's clearly way above my pay grade.
Okay, well, you need to file that. So you need to amend Schedule I to move the income from Nobody Told Me up to item 8A, and you need to file a summary of assets and liabilities. Okay?
Okay.
Also, I believe you were required to file a monthly operating report on June 21st for the last month, showing your income and expenses for the last month of May, but you didn't do that. Can you explain why?
Again, because we had filed for dismissal, I thinking that this would be dismissed and that would not be required.
Okay. Let me ask you, I want to make sure that there aren't other accounts that you previously had that you haven't disclosed. Did you have a Wells Fargo account at some point in the last few years?
Yeah, I did. I had a checking account that,
How are they even allowed to have all these accounts? I mean, maybe banks aren't as strict as they used to be, but I know that just there are certain criteria that people have to meet to open accounts. I mean, granted they have money and they don't use it the right way, so I'm sure they can just because they have money. But when you owe a lot of banks money, other banks are like, yeah, we don't want you opening a bank account here. And so, like, if you owe Bank of America something, like Wells Fargo or something is not, they're going to be like, yeah, no, we don't want you as a customer here because you obviously owe banks too much money. You're not responsible. And we don't want to take a hit from that. But I don't even know how they're able to open all these accounts. That seems wild to me. I don't know about anybody else.
I think it had like under, I don't know, it was overdrawn last I heard.
Well, did you close the account?
I believe Wells Fargo closed the account.
Okay. And when do you believe they did that?
Before, around the time of the Chapter 13 filing. I don't have the.
You know why banks usually close accounts? One, if there's $0 and there's no activity on it for a long, long time. Or if you have had a negative account balance and you owe them money. And they will close the account then, after it's been sitting at that negative balance for a long time. They don't just close accounts that are active and properly working. And they need to turn their overdrafts off. I turn my overdrafts off. Do not accept a payment from me. If I, for some reason, don't have money in the bank, you better decline my debit card. Because absolutely not paying overdraft fees.
Exact date.
But you
I
never.
believe that they were listed. I think they were listed as a creditor that I put them like $218 or something.
Okay, well, they might have been listed as a creditor, but you never listed the account as having been closed within 1 year prior to the bankruptcy.
That is true. They could have been opened way back when, and they had just kept the bank accounts open, and now they're just finally at their end. And I'm sorry, but you could pay the $218 out of your GoFundMe money, part of your $50 podcast money, or your $21,000 monthly income that y'all get. You could easily just pay the $200 something off. Give me a break.
Why not?
Well, again, because I didn't close it, I believe they did.
It doesn't matter.
And I don't know when.
It doesn't matter.
But I don't know.
You were
I don't know when they
required.
did or-
Let me just tell you, you were required to disclose. Let's see, I can give you the exact wording. Within 1 year before the bankruptcy, were any financial accounts held in your name or for your benefit closed, sold, moved, or transferred? It doesn't say did you, it say were any accounts closed? And you did not disclose the Wells Fargo account, correct?
Correct.
And that's a false statement because there was an account that was closed in your name.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yes. Yeah. Again, I never got any notification that they had closed it or anything like that. But whatever you.
But you knew it was closed. But you never got any notification it was closed? Like, 'cause you didn't seem shocked that this Wells Fargo account was closed. You weren't like, what? No. No, that account is still up. We still use it. What do you mean it's closed? So you do know. You're just trying to play dumb once again.
All right, so you paid between May of 2025 and May of 2026, you made $21,000 of payments to your daughter, Sarah, correct?
Uh-huh.
And yes, I need an actual answer, no noises.
Yes.
Okay, so can you tell me what was the purpose of those payments?
Those payments were made, they were reimbursements to her. She is a co-signer on our mortgage, and she had advanced her own funds to keep our HELOC, our basic utilities, and our life insurance, and in some cases food costs paid because we were strapped for cash.
Okay.
And so once we had leased out the pony,
well, let me ask you, can I ask you something? You paid $21,000 to your daughter. Why didn't you take that money and pay it over to the mortgage to prevent the foreclosure?
Because it wouldn't have done anything to prevent the.
How are you so strapped for cash when you're not paying for anything? That does not make sense to me. It would be one thing if you'd paid your mortgage and then you couldn't do these things. But y'all aren't paying shit right now. Y'all are paying for legal defenses, for food, clothes. Which food, I mean going out to eat or bringing it into your home, but it's takeout. Going to visit Sarah all the time. But you're not strapped for cash for paying bills. I'll tell you that right now. So it's just more lies.
Foreclosure.
Well, it sounds like you're just accepting that there's going to be a foreclosure. Is that fair to say? Because you're not doing anything to try to fix it, but by paying it.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We're not accepting that there's going to be a foreclosure. But as I say, it was clear from the statements that from the communication that we had received from the servicer that $20,000 was not going to be enough to prevent the foreclosure. So it wouldn't have done anything. And
you keep saying that, but if you add up all these amounts, then maybe it would have done something. I mean, you decided to pay your daughter instead of the mortgage on your home that's now in foreclosure. I mean, that's what you did, right?
Yeah. If you add up the money that you've given Sarah, the money you've given to Laura, and the GoFundMe money, that would have covered what you owe on the mortgage. I don't know about your HELOC loan, but it would have covered the mortgage. Because it's right now, it was what? When it started, it was $191,000, I believe. So that would have covered all of that. But you didn't even try. And you say that you couldn't pay that because of storm drains and car repairs. And I forget what the other one was, but which is interesting that she hasn't brought up any of those things during this as excuses.
No, she was a lifeline, and she was a co-signer on that, and she had made some HELOC payments, and that was to, help us with the mortgage as well. And she had advanced her own money, and as I say, that she had been
I understand.
Lifeline.
I understand why you did it. I understand what you're saying. But the fact of the matter is you chose to pay over $20,000 to your daughter instead of paying that money over to the mortgagee on the home. You made that choice, correct?
We were.
I'm not asking. I need a yes or no answer. Is that the choice you made? It wasn't a choice that was foisted upon you by someone else. You chose to pay your daughter instead of the mortgage directly, correct? You made that choice. I'm asking you, did you make that choice? Yes or no? No, it's a yes or no question, Ms. Naylor. What did you or did you not make the decision to pay your daughter to reimburse her instead of pay the mortgage on your home?
That wouldn't have paid the mortgage on.
I'm not asking that. I'm not asking that. I'm asking you chose, did you not, to pay your daughter to reimburse her over $20,000 of money instead of paying that money to the mortgagee? Is that right? That's what you did. Just admit that that's what you did, because I don't know how you deny that you made that choice, because that's what you did, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But again,
there you go. I don't want to hear the explanation.
My thing here is Jennifer is just asking her, yes, septic. That was the other one. Jennifer is just asking questions to get an answer. Jennifer doesn't give a shit about what the answer is. She wants the answer to be truthful, but whatever it is, it is. Just tell me what it is. I just need these things answered. But Jan wants Jennifer to like approve and agree with her answer, and she wants Miss Giamu to understand her answer, when that's not what this is about. This is a collection of evidence or collection of facts process. We don't need your reasoning. Did you or did you not do this? Like, if I ask, did you go take a shower? Yes or no? I don't need to know the reason that you didn't take a shower at this time, and then you were going to take a shower, but then this happened, and so you are going to go take a shower now. The answer would just simply be, no, I haven't showered yet. No. I don't need to know your reasoning. Just answer the question. And that's a problem on a lot of like cross-examinations and stuff too, is people try to explain, and it's just like, just answer the question. Why can't you answer it? You can deal with your reasoning at another time. We just need to gather the facts of what is actually going on and happening here. And it would take less time if she did this shit. I mean, we enjoy that she does this a little bit, but good God, it's exhausting.
I don't need an explanation. I just wanted you to acknowledge that that's what you did. All right. I don't think, there's a couple of questions, little questions, but I do think we're going to have you come in for a deposition, because I can't have you sent me a document that says accounting of GoFundMe funds, and you acknowledge that you sent that to me, right?
Right.
And now you're claiming that you think it was supposed to be an accounting of how all of your money was expended over the 18-month period from January 1st of 2025 through June. That's what you're saying that you intended the accounting to be?
My understanding was that the judge had talked about GoFundMe, and that you had talked about GoFundMe as well, but you had brought up these other issues, and the judge did not clarify whether she only had wanted the GoFundMe information. So I wanted to be very transparent and to leave no questions unanswered.
Okay, but the bottom line is you provided me with a document that you titled Accounting of GoFundMe Funds, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I read that to mean that you were going to be, that what you provided me was an itemization of how you specifically.
Does anybody want to go through and count how many times Jan or Ron, because I know Ron said it at least once, says transparent. Because, oh my God, I wish I would have had a counter.
Used the $132,000 GoFundMe monies that you received. That's how I interpreted it. Is that wrong that I interpreted it like that?
No.
Okay, so it does, what you provided me shows how you used the money, the $132,000 of GoFundMe funds, correct?
Correct.
And then if you look at it, you say that the total of GoFundMe funds was about 132,000, and you actually give me an itemization of expenditures totaling about 144,000, right?
Uh-huh.
Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So are you now telling me that you're admitting that what you gave me, the $144,000 of itemized expenditures, was what you claim the GoFundMe funds were used for? Is that what you're saying?
There wasn't $144,000 coming into the GoFundMe, so that the $144,000 in expenditures had obviously included other money that had come into our account from pension and Social Security, and was not just GoFundMe.
Okay. So why did you give me an itemization of expenditures that totaled 144,000? Why didn't you?
Now, why did you label it GoFundMe accounting if it included other things? When you wrote articles on something, like if you were writing a book about how to take care of flowers, you wouldn't put in there something about sewing with that title. You would not talk about quilting in a book about how to take care of flowers. So why would you name it that? That is misleading.
Why didn't you give me an itemization of expenditures that totaled the amount of the GoFundMe funds?
I'm so sorry. Could you start it again? I accidentally hit the button that muted you on
Sure.
my phone.
I'm asking, why did you give me an itemization of expenditures that totaled $144,000 and not just give me an itemization of expenditures that corresponded to the total GoFundMe funds?
Because I wanted to be very transparent and show you everything that had come in and gone out.
Okay.
In that time period.
Okay.
You know, like I say, we're talking about more money than the GoFundMe received.
And I understand what you're saying, but I'm going to tell you something after having gone through your bank statements, okay? The spending that you and Mr. Owens expended, the total disbursements out of all of your accounts for the time period from December 27th, 2024 through June 25th, 2026, the total disbursements is over $523,000. Did you know that?
That doesn't sound right for a year and a half.
That well, you might not think it sounds right, but that's what all disbursements out of just account 0140 totaled over $523,000. Just out of that one account. So you were not trying to give me transparency of all disbursements because you only told me about $144,000.
But we gave you every statement.
Right, but I'm talking about the accounting you gave me. So I'm trying to figure out what it was you were trying to give me with this accounting. You're claiming you weren't You're saying that
we were trying to give you the specific GoFundMe in and the GoFundMe out.
But you gave me but now when I ask you about that, you're pointing out that the itemization of expenditures was $144,000 worth of expenditures, which is more than the $132,000 of GoFundMe funds. So I'm trying to figure out why you would provide me with a list of payments in excess of the GoFundMe funds if you were trying to just account for the GoFundMe funds. I'm trying to figure that out. I don't understand.
I mean, just to show you if there was the commingling or whatever, that you could clearly see, this was GoFundMe, this came into 0349, this then went to 0140, and then it went to pay X, that you could see what had gone out to pay that month.
Okay,
you
well,
know,
I'm telling
again-
you that clearly you decided to just pick a selecting number, because in that time period that covers this accounting that you gave me, there were actually $523,000 of total disbursements from your account 0140. So you
for
have,
a year and a half.
yeah, but that was the account that covered this accounting that you provided me.
Right. And so if you figure our pension and Social Security.
No. Wait, back up. I don't want to talk about the income. I'm just talking about the fact that you clearly weren't trying to give me a itemization of all of your expenditures in that, in that time period, because it was well in excess of $144,000. So to the extent,
but
I understand that I understand, but here's the thing, Mrs. Naylor or Mrs. Owens, if you were going to just try to itemize or correspond the GoFundMe funds and give me an itemization.
I think it's funny that Queen Jennifer keeps messing up her name, because she doesn't even know what to call Elizabeth Ann Naylor Jan Black Owens the 12th with all her names. She doesn't even know what to call her. Are you Naylor? Are you Black? Are you Owens? What the fuck are you? What is your real name?
Of how those monies were spent, you would have given me an itemization of expenditures that totaled the amount of GoFundMe funds, right? I mean, wouldn't that have been the logical thing to do?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
But you didn't do that. You didn't do that. Instead, you gave me this random number of expenditures, $144,000, right? So it was like $12,000 more than what you needed to account for. And now when I asked you about it, you said, well, I wanted to show you all the expenditures during that entire period. But that can't be true, because you had, in just one account, there were over $500,000 of disbursements. So I just want you to be clear about what we're talking about here. And I think what we're going to have to do is get you in for a deposition where I can put these documents in front of you, documents that you signed under oath. We talked about, there were clear contradictions between what you said under oath in the Chapter 13 and what you filed on May 22nd in this case, and then what you filed yesterday. Clear contradictions where they just don't jive. And I know you're trying to say, well, I didn't understand that, but it was the same exact forms and you have totally different answers. So clearly, without you sitting in front of me with those documents in front of you, I'm not going to be able to fully and properly examine you on these things. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to do a Rule 2004 exam. I will send that out, and I'm going to ask for additional documentation from you about some of the things we talked about today.
And I'm wondering if she's like, oh my God, like, I thought Laura Owens was ridiculous when I talked to her. But her mother is 10 times more ignorant, or likes to play 10 times more ignorant. And she's probably like, I see why Laura was the way she was. But this woman, oh my God. But Jan is who Laura is in the future. After many a decades of doing this shit, she's not going to have as much money as her mother did. But they are two peas in a pod, I will tell you.
So I guess since you're on the line and we're going to conclude the 341, why don't you give me an idea? I mean, we have this hearing on, when is the hearing in this case?
My understanding was that the next hearing, the dismissal hearing on August the 6th.
August the 6th. Okay. That's right. So
you mentioned something on the 27th. And
I'm sorry. I was incorrect about that. Yeah, I was incorrect. Sorry. All right. So,
okay.
It is now the 16th. Can you tell me what your availability is to come into my office face to face and do a deposition, like over the next few weeks?
Let me go and get my calendar. Can you hang on?
Actually, you know what? That's fine. I thought you might know it. Right. Why don't we do this? We will conclude this matter, and then you can send me.
Your phone has a calendar. Have your daughter show you how to use your electronics. She's very good at phone manipulation. Have her show you how to use all those things.
An email and tell me precisely the dates that you're available, and we can go from there, and I'll send it. But I'll have to file my Rule 2004 request.
Okay.
All right. So I think that's it. I mean, there's no creditors on the line, so I am going to conclude this matter, and we will go off the record, and I will wait to hear from you by email about when we can set up your deposition. Okay?
Okay. How long do those usually take, and what date would you like to have it done by?
I think it would be better to have it before the continued hearing. So if we can do it before August 6th, that would be best. So that's number one. Number two, the length of these often depends upon the cooperation of the witness and the witness being candid and forthright. When witnesses try to be evasive and explain away things without answering straightforward questions, typically they are longer, sort of like this 341 meeting. So I'd like to, have you come in, and then we can just kind of go through the documents. I'll have them right in front of you, and then we can try to get to the bottom of this. And, at some point, Ms. Naylor and Mr. Owens, you're going to have to acknowledge that there were false statements made. I know you want to try to explain away the false statements, but we know by looking at your various pleadings filed under oath, you can't deny that you previously made false statements under oath. I mean, is that fair to say that you have to admit that there were false statements under oath in your prior pleadings? Will you at least admit that?
Yes. I mean, as I say, a lot of this was lack of understanding, or what was actually being asked and what was necessary to file.
Okay. So, but the problem with that explanation is that you had an attorney assisting you in the Chapter 13. So that doesn't really work for the Chapter 13 omissions.
It was a very brief. Well.
Okay. So we'll just leave it at that, and I'll delve into that further at the deposition. We will conclude this matter and go off the record. Okay, I'm off the record, and thank you very much. And I'll wait to hear from you so that we can schedule your exam.
Okay, but just the one thing, I mean, should we plan on an hour, 2 hours? What?
Oh, I would set aside 8 hours, because that's what I'm allowed to do.
8 hours?
Well, that's, like I said, Ms. Naylor, it's all going to be dependent upon how you answer questions, right? If you take up a lot of time, pontificating and going off on tangents, then it's going to be long. If you want it, when I ask you a yes or no question and you answer it sincerely, and just answer the questions as I ask them, then it'll go quicker. But I am entitled to examine you for up to 8 hours.
Okay. I think my phone may be about to die here.
All right. Well, we're off the record, and we're concluding this matter. So I'll wait to hear from you for dates that you're available.
Understand one other thing, please. Some of the answers that I was also trying to give were to, appease the crowd on the line so that they would not be going further into.
Well, that shouldn't color. Your testimony should just be truthful and forthright, and you shouldn't be trying to.
She thinks that they're not recording anymore because they're off the record. So she's admitting now, when she thinks that nobody can hear, I basically lied about some of my stuff because I don't want the people that listen to this to know the answers. You can't do that. Now, I do hope in the deposition it is less of a tooth pulling experience, because it's not going to be in front of anybody. Nobody's going to know about it. And she's going to have the documents in front of her. And Ron is going to have to be there too. We'll see what happens with that. But let's keep listening to this last bit.
Change what you say or how you testify based on how people perceive it. So that's not really a good excuse for some of the evasiveness I saw here today. I think that one thing I do want to point out is that since you still have that GoFundMe.
Well, thank you, Susan, for the gift.
Me up. You have to understand that while you're in this bankruptcy case, all of those funds become part of the bankruptcy estate. So you cannot, you really have to understand that once you filed this bankruptcy petition, you opened up yourself to the entire, mandate of the bankruptcy code and the procedures that you have to follow, right? You can't just file a bankruptcy to stop a foreclosure and then do whatever you want. So you have this GoFundMe. If you have funds coming in, those all need to be set aside, and you shouldn't be paying any creditors. You shouldn't be paying anything that is not a necessary living expense for just you and your husband. Do you understand? Great. Did you hear what I said, ma'am?
I did.
Okay. So I want you to be mindful, because if the case gets converted to Chapter 7, any funds that came in while this case was in Chapter 11 will have to be turned over to the Chapter 7 trustee. Okay?
But there are no funds.
I can't understand you. You sound like you're in a tunnel.
Oh, I'm sorry. You there?
No, I can't really hear you. Nope.
I'm sorry, all of the funds were gone a year and a half ago.
Well, I'm just
And the
talking.
house-
Yeah. I'm talking about the fact that the GoFundMe page is still up. So you still might be getting, and I can see, just anybody in the public can see who's donating and when. So you know, if there's money that still comes in, I don't know if people are still donating. If they are, I'm just telling you that money that's coming in from that source, you need to make sure that every dollar that you have of income into your account needs to be accounted for, because you're in bankruptcy now. I just want you to be aware of that. Okay?
Right. So you're saying it might be smart to just close the GoFundMe and then not leave it up there?
I think that's for you to decide. I can't tell you what to do, but I'm a little confused as to why you still have it up when you said you said that it was to get yourself out of debt so you didn't have to file bankruptcy, but yet you're in bankruptcy anyway. So it seems like it doesn't seem to align with what your stated purpose of the GoFundMe was, but that's for you to decide.
Right. Okay. So just so that I know, when we do the other hearing, what specific areas are you wanting to further explore?
Well, clearly we need to sit down with and look at the schedules you filed in the Chapter 13, the schedules you filed originally in this case, and then the schedules that were docketed yesterday. And we need to go through them. We're going to go through them line by line, and you're going to see, I want you to see the stark difference in the testimony under oath, because it's pretty apparent to me that you made false statements under oath. I mean, let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that the current amendment filed yesterday is the truth and nothing but the truth. Well, then your prior statements were clearly false. So that's number one. I need to go through those, and I need to go through the accounting with you, because it just doesn't make sense. You know, you were ordered by the court to give me an accounting. It's not even like I asked for it. The court ordered this on the court's own decision, and yet you gave me something that I thought I could rely on, and then today you were kind of all over the place, not really admitting that what you gave me was a true accounting of how you expended the GoFundMe money. So I need to delve into that, because I'm not sure what purpose that was, that you gave me that document if I couldn't rely on it to constitute an accounting of how you spent the GoFundMe money. And clearly I can't, because one of the items was the Macy's, and you're saying that, no, that was not part of how we used the GoFundMe money, but that's what your accounting says.
Right. But and again, like I say, I was just trying to be able to say that, look, this money had gone out, and yeah.
Well, I don't know what you were doing, but it's clear that this lacks any reliability, because you're not standing by what it is titled. You're calling it an accounting of GoFundMe funds, but now you're saying that's not what it is. So I don't, that's a little bit frustrating. So I guess what I would ask, and I will inform the court if this isn't done, I would ask that you fix this and give me a proper accounting of exactly how the $132,528.36 of GoFundMe funds was expended.
Okay. But again, just for my own information, please understand, I'm not trying to be contrary or anything like that. But since this was spent long before we filed the Chapter 13, and long before we filed the Chapter 11, I don't understand why the GoFundMe, is pertinent at this point.
Okay, I understand that you don't understand. I don't know what to tell you about that. It is. I just don't know what to tell you about that. I mean, it's relevant. One of the things that actually concerns me is that you misappropriated GoFundMe funds and misled donors, and that opens yourself up to potential claims. So we have to know whether or not the creditor class, whether you've properly identified all potential creditors. Because in what sense? I mean, again, please, understand, I'm really not trying to be confrontational here. I really don't. I understand you don't understand, but I think, and maybe for a minute, just think about this. If you look at the posting on the GoFundMe, there's a suggestion that there are funds needed for medical expenses and because you're having financial troubles. And I think that it would be fair to assume, most reasonable people would assume that funds would then be used for paying bills that are necessary for your day-to-day living, paying for food, utilities, phone, groceries, medical things. I don't think it's reasonable to assume that donors would know or expect that GoFundMe money is being used to pay Macy's credit card bills. I don't think so. And I don't think it's reasonable for people who give money through GoFundMe to think that their money is being used to fund life insurance or ADT home security systems. I think that that is something I need to explore because, like I said, there's a potential claim out there, and we need to see the extent to which your schedules are accurate in terms of disclosing all potential claimants against you and Mr. Owens. That's just one.
But again, with regard to, like I say, the ADT thing, we have had death threats against us.
Well, that doesn't sound like that comes from the medical issues. It sounds like that might relate to what you call your smear campaign, and that's fine. You might feel like that's necessary, but my point, Ms. Naylor, is that I don't think it's reasonable to put out a call on GoFundMe that talks about your husband's medical ailments and then use that for home security system. That doesn't seem to be the kind of necessity. I mean, you said yourself in the accounting you gave me, you said itemized list of necessities. That's what you referred to it as. And I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that Macy's is a necessity, that life insurance is a necessity, that ADT home is a necessity. I mean, it goes beyond what I think is reasonable.
Well, the ADT thing also, with regard to the medical alert, there's sweetie, please don't stand up.
Okay, I understand that you're trying to explain it, but it doesn't make sense to me. So, you're not addressing the Macy's or the life insurance. So the bottom line is that the judge wanted you to give me an accounting of the GoFundMe funds. She ordered it. So I feel that based on the court's order for that document, it is my obligation as a trial attorney for the U.S. trustee to fully examine the accounting. And that's what I was trying to do, but I was stopped because I was not able to fully examine it with you because you're basically denying what it is that you provided to me was an actual itemization of how you used the GoFundMe money. So we're going to have to get to the bottom of that in a setting where I can put in front of you your own documents. And then you could say, well, you're saying that I don't see it. Well, we won't have that problem if you're in here and I'm putting papers in front of you. So, I mean, that's the best I can offer you in terms of an explanation as to why the GoFundMe is relevant. I mean, clearly the judge thought it was relevant. So if I were you, I would not question it anymore because the judge thought it was relevant enough to order that you provide me an accounting. Okay. Okay, Ms. Naylor? I'm not hearing anything in response. Okay. I'm assuming that you hung up.
I think her phone died.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's it. Then I'm going to hang up. Thank you all for joining us.
Okay. Hello, Ms. Wings. So, yeah, prior 2 years worth prior to filing. And I don't know why she keeps asking the same question. It's been answered 100,000 times. And I swear there is one moment when Ron is talking. He may not have, but I know on one of the listens, I heard Ron, like, I swear it was like him calling us retards. He may not have. But I don't know what Jan is not understanding. There's going to be some shenanigans in the deposition. I just know there is. And I just don't understand. She just doesn't get it. And you know what? If they did use the GoFundMe money for Laura's attorneys, then say that in the deposition, if it's true. Because we can't hear it. We can't hear what you say. Doesn't mean that all the information, like some of the information won't get out, but are you going to have a different story when you're in a meeting where your schmear campaign, as you call it, is not there listening? Are you going to have a different story and answer for these things? Yeah, they did commingle the money. They admitted paying for the first criminal attorney. And there's just some, y'all as a family don't have y'all's story straight. Because one minute it's Laura doesn't get any money put into her account. The next story is we've transferred and given her this much money. Then we hear that she just has access to the account and can do whatever with the monies as she pleases, which is stupid. I wouldn't let Laura touch any of my money. Yeah, that's the only way we'll figure out what is in a depot, is if anything gets referenced in a future hearing or in further filings and things like that. Or if there's new filings that Jan has to disclose things and it's on that. That's the only way we're going to find out. But they need to get their shit together for sure. But we've been going for 4 hours. So I am going to go eat and do something about my back because it is killing me. And then I will be back on tomorrow. I guess we'll see what the day brings as to what I'm going to cover tomorrow. It might be Mackenzie Shirilla. If nothing pops off in the Owens case, I will have a video coming out with the latest filings and judge's ruling in the Sandra Birchmore and Matthew Farwell case. So those are coming out. And then sometime next week, we'll get to Carmelo Anthony's motion for a new judge or judge recusal. We've finished his motion for a new trial. So y'all have a good evening. Don't be stirring the pot. And I will see you hopefully tomorrow.